Greetings, citizens of the United States and the world. In an age of constant video surveillance, we must remain ever vigilant to ensure our rights to privacy. As drones are becoming more and more commonplace, it is essential that we educate and prepare ourselves.
We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expectos.
Another drone spotted, you're probably looking for me. These strings are getting tangled, now these puppets looking funny. We die for crooked money, surviving through the culling, and try not to become it, but they lying to the public. They flying right above us, but instead we bow. With these iPads in our face, we stayed looking down. Look around and you see these human lives tortured. Have to stay awake till this brutal time's over. Psychotropic drugs, suicide soldiers take their own lives while they choose to die for us. Control us, program us, now the plans to have us looking like James Holmes and Adam Lanza. Cram us in hospitals and give us cancer. Body scan us to scan us, put down your cameras and get your hands off of me, bam, you on the canvas. This ain't the answer to the problem that's at hand. We just need to realize we all have a hand in this. You'd be surprised by the power we have, we can do this. These bankers got a death wish, the fiscal cliff tip, and they blowing their whistles. These whistleblowers, they still whistling. Sandy Hook, camera footage, yeah, it's still missing. And while you over there popping mollies, they kill children. Drone after drone, bomb after bomb, but over here it's clone after clone, job after job.
Expectos.
Yeah, there's no such thing as terrorism. Your brain is the only thing that the terror isn't. America's an embarrassment, but I swear if we come together now, we can all take care of this, cause we share the same suffering. So either change something now, or cower and bow and change nothing. Cause lately, these bees ain't buzzing, but genetically engineered mosquitoes still coming.
We have no leaders. You are also the only person responsible for your actions. Do what you think is right. Do not what you think is wrong. How many anonymous are there? We are more than you think. We are more than anybody thinks. We are many. And you are now one of us. Welcome to Anonymous.
This ain't just another echo in the lobby. Try to move around me, I'm a celestial body. Godly with the flow, and you know where I'll be. In the back screaming out, fuck Illuminati. While I'm at it, fuck the Anunnaki. Fuck a Nazi, fuck a commie, fuck a Ponzi. I'm out here killing it, all that I'm giving up. Constitution was written, Obama just rips it up. Yeah, as if these laws ain't strict enough. They try to blow my spot, but the bombs ain't big enough. Balls ain't big enough, raw ain't real enough. The big bad wolf is back and the straws ain't thick enough. Kicking up dust when I'm getting up, cause if I'm tripping or I'm slipping, I ain't flipping out with it, man. I'm twisted when I'm switching it. You listen when I'm spitting, but you're missing it, cause we just sitting and getting a buzz. What?
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
Expectos.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous. Expectos.
We are
I
anonymous.
refuse to stay here and be laid to rest with the sheeples. I'm a die in a library playing chess with the Reaper. Beneath us is a pile of dead professors and teachers. The only thing they taught us was that they can never teach us. And they could never reach us. We too far gone, long beyond the deepest regions. Intelligent creatures, philosophers, the deepest thinkers. We are anonymous. We are legion. We are the peacekeepers, but still fight for freedom. We are the meat eaters, but still fight for vegans. We all here for the same cause, unite the reasons. I've already seen too much blood, my eyes are bleeding. We need to wise up, stand together and rise up. Time's up, we're not trying enough. Gotta get fired up, cause I'll die for a human. Die for my country, die for your rights. And while I'm dying, what you doing?
Dear brothers and sisters, now is the time to open your eyes. There is something terribly wrong with this country. If you have not yet woken up to the reality of the police state we've been warning you about, I hope you realize we are fast running out of time. Together we stand against the injustice of our own government. We are anonymous. We are legion. United as one. Divided by zero. We do not forgive censorship. We do not forget oppression.
Expectos.
being citizens of the United States and the world. In an age of constant video surveillance, we must remain ever vigilant to ensure our rights to privacy. As drones are becoming more and more commonplace, it is essential that we educate and prepare ourselves.
We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expectos.
Another drone spotted, they probably looking for me. These strings are getting tangled, now these puppets looking funny. We die for crooked money, surviving through the culling, and try not to become it, but they lying to the public. They flying right above us, but instead we bow. With these iPads in our face, we stay looking down. Look around and you see these human lives tortured. Have to stay awake till this brutal time's over. Psychotropic drugs, suicide soldiers take their own lives while they choose to die for us. Control us, program us, now the plans to have us looking like James Holmes and Adam Lanza. Cram us in hospitals and give us cancer. Body scan us to scan us, put down your cameras. Get your hands off of me, bam, you on the canvas. This ain't the answer to the problem that's at hand. We just need to realize we all have a hand in this. You'd be surprised by the power we have, we can do this. These bankers got a death wish, the fiscal cliff tip, and they blowing their whistles. These whistleblowers, they still whistling. Sandy Hook, camera footage, yeah, still missing. And while you over there popping mollies, they kill children. Drone after drone, bomb after bomb. But over here it's clone after clone, job after job.
Expectos.
There's no such thing as terrorism. Your brain is the only thing that the terror isn't. America's an embarrassment, but I swear if we come together now, we can all take care of this, cause we share the same suffering. So either change something now, or cower and bow and change nothing. Cause lately, these bees ain't buzzing, but genetically engineered mosquitoes still coming.
We have no leaders. You are also the only person responsible for your actions. Do what you think is right. Do not what you think is wrong. How many anonymous are there? We are more than you think. We are more than anybody thinks. We are many. And you are now one of us. Welcome to Anonymous.
This ain't just another echo in the lobby. Try to move around me, I'm a celestial body. Godly with the flow, and you know where I'll be. In the back screaming out, fuck Illuminati. While I'm at it, fuck the Anunnaki. Fuck a Nazi, fuck a commie, fuck a Ponzi. I'm out here killing it, all that I'm giving up. Constitution was written, Obama just rips it up. Yeah, as if these laws ain't strict enough. They try to blow my spot, but the bombs ain't big enough. Walls ain't big enough, raw ain't real enough. The big bad wolf is back and the straws ain't thick enough. Kicking up dust when I'm getting up, cause if I'm tripping or I'm slipping, I ain't flipping out with it, man. I'm twisted when I'm switching it. You listen when I'm spitting, but you missing it, cause you just sitting and getting a buzz. What?
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
Expectos.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
Expectos.
We are anonymous.
Refuse to stay here and be laid to rest with the sheeples. I'm a die in a library playing chess with the reaper. Beneath us is a pile of dead professors and teachers. The only thing they taught us was that they can never teach us. And they can never reach us. We too far gone, long beyond the deepest regions. Intelligent creatures, philosophers, the deepest thinkers. We are anonymous. We are legion. We are the peacekeepers, but still fight for freedom. We are the meat eaters, but still fight for vegans. We all here for the same cause, unite the reasons. I've already seen too much blood, my eyes are bleeding. We need to wise up, stand together and rise up. Time's up, we're not trying enough. Gotta get fired up, cause I'll die for a human. Die for my country, die for your rights. And while I'm dying, what you doing?
Dear brothers and sisters, now is the time to open your eyes. There is something terribly wrong with this country. If you have not yet woken up to the reality of the police state we've been warning you about, I hope you realize we are fast running out of time. Together we stand against the injustice of our own government. We are anonymous. We are legion. United as one. Divided by zero. We do not forgive censorship. We do not forget oppression.
Expectos.
They don't care. GMO, hell no. GMO, hell no.
Yo. Ladies and gentlemen. This is it. It's you. It's you.
We are the ones. We already know enough. We know what's in there. We know who's controlling it. It's now up to us to help them out there. All right? This is us. You look to the person to the left of you, to the right of you. Look at me. Look at yourself. This is it. We are the ones changing this world. My phone has been blowing up. My phone has been blowing up from people from other countries sending me pictures of their protests and their demonstrations. And it looks incredible. And the power of all of us united right here, right now. It's me staring at you. Gives me energy to talk right back to you. Do you feel me on this? I love all of you. I love every single one of you. And it is going to be this. This is what it's going to take. Another one of these. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. The revolution is in the streets. It's in your heart. And it's on the internet.
Frequencies changing, yeah, we where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the scene soon. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the scene soon.
How is it that it seems no one remembers just a few short years ago?
These are the steps that we must take
There are plenty of steps we can take
right now
to
start getting our economy back on track.
to help create jobs and grow this economy.
If we are going to deal with our dependence on foreign oil,
If we're going to end our dependence on foreign oil,
We'll recruit an army of new teachers.
I want to recruit an army of new teachers.
make college affordable.
Make college more affordable and repair our crumbling roads and bridges. We've got crumbling roads and bridges. Tonight, more Americans are out of work. We still got friends out there, family, who are looking for work. At a time when so many people are struggling to keep up. A moment when so many people are still struggling. If you are willing to work with me, if you're willing to work even harder in this election, then I promise you, change will come.
Shall we play a game?
If you see something, say something. Report suspicious activity to local authorities.
If you're not breaking the law, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't worry what the government is doing.
Terrorism, 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 Al-Qaeda, Mohammed, terrorism, terrorism, war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden.
It's not like my government would ever do it to me. But guess what? You're wrong.
Protest is now illegal in the U.S. Move along, citizen.
And yet we just sit there and calmly feel and say, oh, they're making us safe.
I don't even know whose side I'm on.
Okay, this is straight out of 1984. We're living in a police state.
I never had a choice of what happened to me.
The city is being turned into a police state with militarized riot gear, LRAD machines, and drones overhead.
Corporations have more power than the government.
Our government now works for the banks.
America, the greatest losses to our freedom have come not from someone attacking us, but from the government ignoring the Constitution and the majority letting them get away with it.
Yeah, we torture. Yeah, we spy on them. Yeah, we do all of this, but it's no big deal. Get used to it. You know what? We're not going to get used to it.
Police have opened fire on the crowd.
We're all in serious, serious danger.
Millions of dollars spent on new police gear, trucks ready to function as rolling barricades.
What you have here is, this is the wars coming home.
If anybody doesn't believe this government is capable of doing these kinds of things, you're out of your mind.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again.
Well, you know, America's a strange country. All you need to keep them pacified is give them a dozen donuts and a gun. They don't seem to have the capacity, the intellectual capacity, to think of their own self-interest in any other way than the next 5 minutes.
It's time to wake up.
Wake up, America!
Wake up, America.
The proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they chose, they could blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely sooner or later it must occur to them to do it. Until they become conscious, they will never rebel, and until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious.
The time is coming when the window for us to restore the control of our government to ourselves will close, and we had damn well better act before then.
You want to know why the American public is fit? They're fit because they're not seeing their Congress do the work that they're sent to do.
We need to demand more of our elected officials.
Damn bills that come out here all the damn time! Come out here in the last second! And I gotta try to figure out how to vote for my people!
Bathed in the excesses of power, they passed a bill that by their own admission, they hadn't read.
This is PR politics.
Unanimous consent that we bring up the bill to extend the tax cut for 160 million Americans. As you walk off the floor, Mr. Speaker, you're walking out.
If you want to stand up on the floor of the Senate and defend the Wall Street banks like Bank of America and the credit card companies, be my guest. I would rather stand with the consumers and retailers who've been taken to the cleaners for years and years.
Why aren't we questioning the underlying premise of the need for a bailout with taxpayers' money? Why aren't we passing new laws that stop the speculation which triggered this? Why aren't we directly helping homeowners with their debt burden? Why aren't we helping American families faced with bankruptcy? Why aren't we reducing debts for Main Street instead of Wall Street? Is this the United States Congress or the board of directors of Goldman Sachs?
When I fuck up, who bails me out? No one. There is no one here to object. This is why the American people have thrown you out of power. You see, you're right. It is within your sole discretion to recognize a member. But you chose to exercise the power of the gavel, Madam Speaker. Therein lies the problem. If he's not here to pull off this political stunt, then we should just proceed and this bill should be withdrawn. It is the right thing to do by the American people to stop these tactics. Enough! And make no mistake about it, this is not about national security.
But my point about this is a war without end. I'm afraid of giving up the right to trial by jury and hoping that someday they will declare an end to this war and they'll give back the right to trial by jury.
Mr. Speaker, a nationwide revolt is developing over the body scanners at the airports, and it should.
And we also know there are individuals who are making money off this. They say, trust us. Trust us, the people who brought us Katrina, to be competent in face of a disaster. Trust us, the people who brought us warrantless wiretapping and other excesses eroding our civil liberties. Trust us.
Many of us were told in private conversations that if we voted against this bill on Monday, that the sky would fall, the market would drop 2,000 or 3,000 points the first day, another couple thousand the second day, and a few members were even told that there would be martial law in America if we voted no.
We're not trying to scare kids. This president's foreign policy is what's scaring the kids of this country.
Well, it's the same people that told us Saddam Hussein had something to do with 9/11. Same people that told us Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Same people that told us we were going to be able to use the oil for reconstruction money. Same people that told us that we'd be greeted as liberators, not occupiers. Same people, same president that told us the Taliban is gone. Same president that told us that Poland is our ally 2 days before they pull out. Same president that tells us Iraq is going just great. Same president that tells us the economy is going just great. Same people that told us the tax cut was going to create millions of jobs. Same people that told us that the Medicare program only cost $400 billion when it really cost $540 billion. So please forgive us for not believing what you're saying. Please forgive the students of this country for not believing what you're saying. Not one thing about this war that has been told to the American people or that has been told to these college students has been true. Not one thing. Bremer says we need more troops. The Pentagon says we need more troops. And this president can't get them from the international community. There's only one option left. Let's be honest with the American people.
Fascism, by definition, is when corporations team up with organized religion and control the government. Do I have to say anything more? Wouldn't you say that we're on the brink if we're not there?
We're witnessing a slow and steady takeover of our true freedoms. And now we see the government taking over banks. We see the government taking over car companies, insurance. We're being told what cars we can drive, how much we can make. And now they want to take control of our health care.
It's one more attempt for them to put everything that we do day and night under the control of the federal government.
Are you willing to sacrifice your freedom for liberty?
Well, I say that they're taking away our free will. The American people are being forced to do something they don't want to do.
But there really is a difference between us, and it's basically this. We don't think the government should be in control of all of this. We want people to be in control. And that, at the end of the day, is the big difference.
What they are trying to do is create an America very unlike the America that has existed for centuries. The thing associated with America, freedom, is precisely what must be destroyed if this is to be turned into a fundamentally different country to suit Obama's vision of the country and of himself.
I think he's going way beyond his constitutional powers assigned to the executive branch, which is, by definition, an imperial precedent.
Once again, total power in one person's hands, not the American way.
He's centralizing power inside the Beltway, taking power and decision-making from families, from individuals, and as a consequence, what he's doing is building an unchecked executive.
Now, I hate to point fingers at anybody, but the President administration probably has a lot to do with that.
But you know who's responsible for it? We are. Personal responsibility.
Where is the outrage to come from? From you.
It turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
First, you've got to get mad.
You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. It is time for us to take our country back.
The real problem is that the American people have been too submissive. We have accepted the notion that we should be treated like cattle. Make us safe, make us secure, put us in the barbed wire. It's time for the American people to stand up and shrug off the shackles of our government.
And the way I see it, they're not going to quit doing it until they bring this country to its knees. So I think we should all rise up and we should stop.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled to immediately disperse. You may be arrested
It's all right now.
And
though.
we are live. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode 36. This is Tyler. Would our other guests like to introduce themselves?
What's up, world? I'm Arthur Wolf. I'm here.
I'm James Duckworth out of Texas.
Man, Preston out of Texas.
All right, we did have some guests planned for tonight from Kashmir. Again,
When are they coming in?
I don't know.
Are we still iffy in the air on that one?
One of them was headed from somewhere in Kashmir to somewhere else, and then we had somebody. We do have an update though about the internet in Kashmir. According to Zaid down there, they do have internet capabilities fully restored. So him getting on is not going to be an issue.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. About time to let somebody have a little bit of freedom out there.
Do we know if they have internet or Facebook in North Korea?
From what I heard, if my memory's correct, they only have I know they only have 28 domains in North Korea, and there are more of them that are out there, but they're unreachable.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they have their own social network. Remember that kid that hacked into it?
I do.
It's like a version of Facebook, but it wasn't. Some kid got into it and then typed in admin, and then got into it.
I remember something about that, but it's not VK though. VK's the Russian.
I don't know. It's like their version of Facebook. I don't know what the hell you use in North Korea. I don't know.
I was just wondering because I was in a chat with some people and a good friend asked that question. Do they have any way where we can communicate? And this person said, well, I'm from North Korea, but I said, well, speak up. Let's hear what you got to say. But his name was James something. I think
I do believe that North Korea does have Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that blocked, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they don't like them to be able to communicate with the rest of the world, of course.
Well, from what I hear is that they're for a long time. I think they actually had a closed internet going on there for a while. If my memory's not correct.
Well, I know that he's big on censoring and only letting the people know what they want them to know, if they can control it that much. But it would seem like you'd be able to bootleg off of a satellite or something. There's ways.
Watch, he's watching HBO every night. You know Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, he's got to have that MTV, I guess.
Well, he's friends with Dennis Rodman. What do you think they do? They both do cocaine and play basketball.
Yeah, well, all I got to say is we're screwed. If we got Dennis Rodman going over there to chat with him, well, we don't have a prayer. Come on. I mean, good basketball player, diplomacy, not.
I just come here to play some basketball. Do some
Well, I mean, hey, look at the world we're in today. A reality TV star is our fucking president, for God's sake. So why not a basketball star as a diplomat?
You got me there. Yeah, you got me there.
That's the world we live in right now.
Okay, so let's see. Let's see. From what I'm hearing, so Oprah Winfrey 2020, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if she can beat out Bruce Jenner, man. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's right. Yeah, he's running too.
Yeah, Bruce Jenner.
She. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh. Yeah, she. Okay. I gotta hold my tongue. Okay. Well, whatever it is. God bless him.
I was surprised when Schwarzenegger got the governor of California. That was surprised. That was a weird one. He did some shady shit at the end.
That was very strange.
He pardoned after he got out of office. It was like a senator's son, and his son, I think, was incarcerated for he was incarcerated at one point for a homicide involving a stabbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but him becoming governor is really not that big a deal because he was married to a Kennedy.
Was he?
Whoa.
Maria Shriver.
Maria Shriver's a Kennedy?
Yeah, Maria Shriver is a Kennedy.
Oh, for some weird reason, I always thought she was from like some weird country for a long time.
Well, truth be known, I'm not sure what universe they're from, but she's supposed to. Well, she is related to the Kennedys, and
well, the Kennedy family's still tied into that elite bloodline.
Well, sure they are.
Sure.
Yeah, but
yeah.
the cool thing, the weird thing about Kennedy, and a lot of people don't buy into this conspiracy, and I do, about, that he signed Executive Order 10000 or something like that, and it was to stop the Federal Reserve System, and then he gives a weird speech, and then 6 months later, he goes down to Texas and he gets shot in the head, and the first thing they do when the next president is signed in is he revokes that executive order.
Yeah, that was Johnson, and he was from Texas, and LBJ. I think my Texas brother will agree with what I got to say here. We call that the Texas two-step. It's not just a dance.
two-step.
That's where we tell you one thing and we do the opposite. Okay? And,
That sounds like Texas to me.
Yeah, exactly. And and LBJ, I can remember. I mean, I was pretty young. I'm only 58, but I can remember saying, no. I'm happy being the vice president. Well, every vice president, except maybe Obama's vice president, I can't even remember his name. He's so stupid. Said they didn't like being vice president because they never got to do anything. It's like being somebody's flunky. But LBJ wanted to be vice president. I think he knew that, JFK was going to get bumped up. I mean, it was done in Dallas. Come on. Somebody knows something down here. There's a big deal. Deal.
Texas is a state of compliance. They have this whole false revolutionary mentality down there. But, I mean, they're one of the first states to fall in line with anything. I didn't buy that whole Texas is going to secede thing for a moment.
Well, let's see. To be honest with you, let's see. Like I said, I'm 58. Okay, well, I've heard the secede stuff, I don't know, more times than I can remember. Here we are. Here we are. Same bat channel, Same old.
There's always that certain group out there, I guess 10%, but yeah, it never catches on because things aren't that bad. I mean, things are actually pretty, the economy's going pretty good here.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing about Texas. When everything collapsed financially, Wall Street and everything, housing market, everything, whole kit and caboodle, hey, we were doing great. And then when the country started, slowly coming back, we've kind of felt it a little bit, but everything hits us last. So we do pretty good down here. Until they come and pee in our Cheerios, and we get pissed off about it, but I don't know. We're still, I preach all the time. I'm from the country of Texas because when they find out from the United States, they immediately go hating on me. Oh, y'all are murderers. Yeah, well, you and the Jews, that's all I hear all the time. I keep telling them it's not me. I just was born here,
Born here.
I was just born here. I didn't have, my dirt's still better than your dirt. It's still dirt, but
we're all kicking it. It's all right.
Yeah, and when we all die, we're all getting buried in the dirt. All getting burned up. Either way, it's all the same. So, the thing is, though, is they're trying to kill our kids. What's going on in Kashmir? It's been going on in Venezuela. It's happened out in California in the riots, and just recently, you know, with the protesters at UCLA or whatever it was, over a Republican giving a speech. You know, they're protesting over that. People getting beat up. And police forces and governments are attacking our kids going to school.
A huge divide in the people right now, too.
Exactly.
It's all about left and supposed to be. Where's the union?
Well, it sure would be nice in our lifetime if we could see a day where nobody died, you know. I hate to, you know, coin a lyric from a song, but, you know, it'd be nice. You know, long before Anonymous, there was the Rainbow Children or something, Rainbow Kids, and before them.
Yeah, the Rainbow Family.
Yeah, the Rainbow Family, and before them it was something, and then it was the Flower Power, the hippies back in the 60s. You know, so the idea of Anonymous is an old idea, and in retrospect, it still holds true. And
there's always been a certain amount of counterculture.
Yeah.
To anything that was the government at the time, there's always some kind of resistance out there.
Exactly.
Whether it's religious or political.
Most definitely. As long as you have someone in power, there's going to be some sort of resistance to that.
Yeah, but you know, it's like what we were talking about earlier about, you know, the corruption or politicians, and if you go in and you are a good politician, sooner or later you will be corrupted. Look at John Kerry. He went in, Vietnam veteran. He got out. He became a damn protester, and he protested the Vietnam War. Now, but wait a minute. He married into Heinz Ketchup. That's right. He married into the Heinz family. And so she backed him. So now look at him. So let's see. He protested the war after he fought in the war. Now he's promoting war.
Well, he was skull and bones with George Bush.
Exactly.
That was the first year, the first election we had two candidates that had both gone to the same secret society.
Exactly.
House.
Exactly true. Yeah, the secret society that nobody knows about and they can't talk about, but everybody knows about it, and we're talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's that small club that you're not in. See, that's how that works.
Yeah, not trying to either. Yeah, I like not being in that club. You know, what is it? Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I bet their dues are awful high, you know?
Oh, your soul, that's all.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I was going with it. You called it right there. Man, I was trying to get something over on you. You catch on quick. You catch on real quick. Yeah, just your soul, that's all. Yeah. Well, you know, if we say too much, you know, we won't be around. Then someone will be running my page tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I tell you, they took a real disliking to me during the election. I was posting these. Actually, they came out of Australia. There was this picture of Hillary in a onesie. You know, a onesie like for a baby. And it goes over her breasts. It's kind of revealing a lot. And it's like a leotard. She looks like a hooker. And there's red, white, and blue in the flag, shape of the flag. But they painted it on the wall of a pharmacy in Melbourne, Australia. My partner sent me the picture. And I wrote, yes, let's elect Hillary Clinton for whore 2016. And I got about 50, 60 pages, something like that. I don't know, 80, 90 groups that we run. And we were just blasting it everywhere, spamming our own stuff, spamming other people's stuff. And I woke up one morning and my power went off. Weird. And I walked outside, and right across the street was two black SUVs, totally blacked out, that said GOV. And I went and I took down all the nasty Hillary comments that I picked, and they left. And I thought, power came, well, I got a backup unit, so, you know, then my power came back on, and I thought, Coincidence or not? Me too. Because I was walking up and down the street looking at them, taking pictures of the vehicles. They could see me, but I couldn't see inside their vehicles. Totally blacked out windows. You know, you live in Texas, you know, you can still see through the tinted windows. These are total black. Can't see anything at all. So I couldn't see who was inside, but they were parked. They were looking right at me. That's a fact. There's no doubt about it. And once I pulled all that stuff down, they left finally, but and my power kind of came on all of a sudden. Anyway, yeah, so they, they watch, but I don't think anybody's safe in this world right now. Anybody, none of us.
No, we all got a number, man. We're already classified and put in little groups. They know where we're going.
Oh yeah, yep.
Our FEMA camps are numbered, yo.
Yep. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm
Can't wait to be in my bunk in Walmart.
Oh yeah, that's I gotta use that. I gotta write that down. I
go
really
in there every day and check out my bed. I'm like, that's where I'm gonna be, right there on that shelf. Clear out those toys.
That is so true. Yeah, I can hear it now. Yeah. Well, this used to be sporting goods, but housewares.
Right, they'll classify you based off of are you groceries or are you men's clothing? Well, what gets you ahead of the line?
I don't know how I'd answer that.
I don't know.
I don't know. I really don't know.
We're fucked either way.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, the drugs don't work, so I guess I'm screwed.
Oh.
So I don't know what to tell.
Yep.
Well, Trey Gowdy had sent 2 more federal investigators down to serve a warrant out in Arkansas on the Clinton Presidential Library, and they were found dead.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've sent.
You're not talking about those 2 inmates they executed now, are you? I'm sorry. That's foretaste. But no, I hadn't heard that. So they're really dead, aren't they?
Yeah, that's supposed to be true. They sent more and executed a warrant finally, but yeah, there's 2 of them went missing and found dead later. So there's 2 more bodies for the.
Yeah. Well, that's bad enough, but the 2 executions I was referring to, I'm totally against the death penalty, and I live in Texas, as you know. So I don't know. I'm not into it at all. But and I don't protest against that down here because they're liable to kill you. But they killed them and put them to death because they're going to run out of the drug.
Well, not that they were going to run out of the drug. It's the drug was about to expire, so they had to hurry up and execute these guys.
Yeah, that's it.
Because God help us if the fucking drug expires.
Exactly, that's it. Expire. Yeah, there is a difference, but there is a ban on one of the drugs because, get this, the system that we have to live under with the elitists screwed themselves. Because now Big Pharma is so big that they can't make any money on the chemicals used to put these people to death, to execute them. So they decided to quit making them. So now we can't get some of the drugs that needed to execute, which is good. So Big Pharma is screwing them over as we speak. Texas, they said, we're going to run out and we can't get any more. They've already back ordered, which...
Well, that's kind of what happens when you put the death penalty in the express lane in your state.
Yeah, I agree. And
well, we got other ways. We put them in a firing squad or hang them. I mean, that's not going to stop us for too long.
Hey, dude, my state just passed a law to bring back the firing squad.
Yeah, no, I've heard of that. Yeah,
I mean, we're going backwards over here in Mississippi.
Well, that's the thing. And see, it's not just Mississippi. If we didn't have the death penalty already here, we'd probably be going back to it as well. So other states are bringing it back. Let's see. There's other countries. Indonesia killed 2 Australians about 9 months ago for supposed drug trafficking, which they proved was not true. They killed them anyway. Just because.
Damn.
Yeah, just because.
Just because it sent that message.
Yeah, well, just because they proved, and Australian government pretty much told them, we're going to boycott you, this and that. They were proven in court that they had nothing to do with anything to do with drugs, and they killed them anyway. One of them was a 17-year-old kid.
Damn.
Yep. Yeah. So
that's pretty low.
Yeah, pretty low.
Pretty low.
And I'll tell you what, I'll have the image of that poor kid's eyes in my head to the day I die, I guarantee you. Because they did an interview with him, and I just don't see how someone could be that calm and humble when the next day they're getting ready to kill you. But I'll tell you what, tore my heart out.
Yeah, sometimes evil just stand right next to you. You wouldn't even know they're there. Shake their hands, look perfectly normal people. You know, they might own a business. They might be your neighbor. Fuckers they're thinking about killing you.
I know, that's so true. Yeah,
Well, hell, we drone bombed, American citizens in Yemen, 5-6 years ago already. I mean, so that's.
God, has it been that long that we started that shit already?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Al-Awlaki.
Yeah, it has been, and they say time passes when you're having fun. Well, it hadn't been fun, but it's still passing awful quick.
That's that zombie mode they put us in. It's that little cloud they got over our heads, so we don't see what's going. These phones attached to our hands. We're missing time because they have us blind. They have us sucked into all these little gadgets right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's your slave tracker. Don't be bad-mouthing your slave tracker.
They know what I'm saying. So that's why you're missing your time. It feels like it goes by so fast because you're sucked into their system.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. I saw an article, I guess I posted it 4 days ago, about a company that said by 2018 they will be able to interface our brain with computer systems through a chip.
Oh yeah, they're working on that hardcore.
Well, we can already do it with artificial limbs and stuff. But what he was saying was on a large scale, like population type stuff.
Yeah, from what I understand, Facebook is involved in that project.
Yeah. Oh, did y'all hear what came out today? The $100 million judgment against Facebook and Google?
No.
No, I did not.
Okay, let's see. I read so much. I'll just give you basic details and pull it up real quick. Let's see. It was an email scam. Somebody in another country initiated it. It had to do with Facebook and Google. Google and Facebook were fined. Let's see, $100 million apiece for their part in the email scam. I'm trying to get to it on my page now. Anyway,
they're actually involved in the scam itself.
Yes, the way it reads, as Google and Facebook have been fined $100 million. Jeez.
So, is there like victims in this? Like, who were they stealing? Like,
well,
what all went down? I want to hear details.
I'm trying to get to it.
Well, I guarantee you, somewhere along the way, they scammed the wrong motherfucker.
I'm
somebody like Google or Facebook doesn't get hit unless they fuck up big time.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, what happened there? They did something.
Yeah, they did. I can't get to it. Normally, I would be able to get to my stuff, but wouldn't you know, my people are blasting our pages up, and I can't. I gotta.
It's
too far to scroll back.
Yeah, on one night I want to find something, I can't find them because they're actually posting and doing stuff. So,
You get a lot of stuff gets up on those feeds in one day. You'd be surprised when you have to go back looking. It's when you realize there's a lot going on there.
There sure is.
I've long been advocating for setting up some alternate system for specifically sharing information later. And I mean, I've basically come to the decision that we really need to get back on a forum system because I've seen so much information get lost through all that shit that it's a nightmare, man. Like, so much good information just gets lost amongst shit posting.
That's true. I mean, real good information is getting lost for all this fake mess, and that's what really torques my last nerve is they got Snopes verifying what's true and not true. Man, they've already been proven to, there it is. Let's see, during the election, Snopes was involved in some kind of fake news, something. I don't know. So they're not any more credible than anybody else. Let's see. Okay.
Jesus, man, people don't know how to use a fucking crosswalk.
Okay, now okay, we made this chat earlier, so I guess Genghis, I'm gonna send it to him. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, anyway. And anyway. It just says Facebook, Google fined $100 million. Okay, let's see here. The tech companies fell victim to a $100 million email scam reported in March are no inexperienced newbies fresh off their funding round, according to Fortune. They're none other than Google and Facebook. When the incident was first exposed, feds revealed that they arrested a Lithuanian man. So he used Facebook, but a court ruled that against Facebook and Google. Apparently, from what it says here, it's all over the web, but I'm the only one that's posted it. I don't know that it, Forbes is mentioned. They're all credible sites. It's a phishing scheme is what it is. Oh yeah, here's the deal. Here's the part that really, $100 million is not going to do anything. Now, first of all, it's not coming out of Mark Zuckerberg's pocket because the business pays for itself.
Those type of fines only do one thing, and that's sound big to people like us.
Exactly. But here,
I mean, these oil companies and stuff, when they make a spill, they get faced with the decision to come and clean up the spill or pay the fine, and they'll opt to pay the fine because, what's $100 million, whereas you're going to have to spend $2 billion to clean this shit up.
Exactly. And here you go. This is what they said. This is the last paragraph. I will quote. I'll read it to y'all. While the companies declined to comment on that, it could be because Google and Facebook don't consider $100 million big enough to require disclosure. Whatever the reasons are, fact remains that even they aren't immune to phishing schemes, and ordinary folks who fell victim, they shouldn't feel that bad either. And that's why, where you look on Facebook and you see to the right, where all the things that are going on in the world, you don't see this mention that Facebook, because $100 million is anything to them, and it's not big enough for us to know about.
I'm back.
So that's why it's not in the news on Facebook, but it's everywhere else.
Well, those like the trending news and stuff on Facebook is always really iffy. Like, I mean, it'll show you big shit, important shit, and then it'll be like, oh, Miley Cyrus got a new tattoo.
Exactly.
And it's like, what the?
Exactly.
What kind of? That's not even news of any sort. Like.
Yes. or what they're doing is they'll post something that looks credible, and you hit on it, and it'll take you to something to do with erectile dysfunction. No, yeah, or 58-year-old men are using this to look buff now. Some kind of. But yeah, but it'll be a.
Well, here's the one I've seen lately, and it's especially coming from these quote unquote conservative online news outlets, and they'll just straight up do an article and a headline, and if you actually click into the article, there is nothing in the article. I mean, it's just a page chock full of advertisement, and there's no article, so all you have is just this headline and stuff, of which, at the time, man, people out there are only reading the headlines, and whatever that headline says on the article, they're not even going to open it. That's the news right there. That's all of it.
Well, those are like clickbait articles. They'll get a like one way or the other and some action and a share maybe, but there's like he's saying, there's really not anything to it. You click the article and it's just garbage, some kind of misinformation.
And it's all propaganda and really extreme sounding shit in the headlines. It might be ISIS camp found in America. And it's just totally nothing credible to go with that anywhere on the internet. So, they give you a blank article because they know you're not going to click on it. And now they've got 10,000 people telling everybody that ISIS has terror camps in America.
Yeah, there's one located in Houston. Funny. I've never seen it. They've got pictures of it, but you can't look from Google Space and find it. And I'm only 120 miles southwest of Houston. I go there all the time. And I've never seen it. And I've been in that area. I've got friends, lots of friends that live there. They've never seen it. It must be one of those invisible ISIS camps.
They do all kind of stuff like that. I mean,
What?
Okay, well, what about what have y'all heard about that radioactive material that was stolen south of the border of Texas?
Well, I'm about to get out of here, guys. I just rolled up at the concert I'm going to tonight, but it was good to get on with you guys for a minute.
Concert?
Well, rock and roll.
What you seeing? Who you
we
seeing?
all need a vacation sometime, right?
Yeah.
Who are you seeing?
I'm going to see Sound Tribe, if anybody's familiar with that. It's not your average mainstream shit.
That sounds good, though.
So, sound like nothing there. Catch you guys later.
Okay, you have a good one. Be safe, man.
Oh, did I get it?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here, too.
Okay.
Everybody's here. Okay.
Well, we getting any comments, Tyler?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was on a phone call. Seems like we have a loss of audio. Oh. Wait, hold on. Let me check my No, our audio's good.
Well, I can hear you on my end.
Okay. All right, let me look at the comments. Let me see. I'm in the wrong mode. I have this one where I can see everybody's. There we go. See all the comments. Are you the real anonymous from France? Oh.
The real
anonymous.
Can we claim that?
Let me go over this for the. It's okay. It is not a stupid question, Kevin. Anonymous technically doesn't even exist. It's an idea, and We now have a creed as of 2013. Anonymous started out in 4chan. It's a combination of activists, hacktivists, trolls, you name it. It's probably an Anonymous. You know, I mean, it's very diverse. But to say, are we the real Anonymous, is a common misconception about Anonymous. Anonymous is a lot of things, and no, we would never have a real or an official Anonymous. People in Anonymous could be your next door neighbor, your
we're a collective.
Yeah, it could be your teacher, it could
That's
be your
right.
friend, it could be the crazy kid down the corner that's always doing weird shit on the computer. So when you say if we're the real Anonymous,
Yes and no.
yes and no, because technically we're just an idea. Anybody can.
But we are the real Anonymous because we make up the real Anonymous. It's one of those catch-22 questions. We are the real Anonymous. That's true. Yes, the answer is yes.
Well, yeah,
but you can't join an idea. But we're brothers and sisters, all joined together as a collective around the world as one, with the common thread of an idea or a belief that we're all created equal.
Yeah.
All of us, no matter race, creed, color, skin, government, or whatever dirt you're on, we're all equal.
Yeah, and
Period.
Morgan said Anonymous is all or nothing at once. The idea lives inside us all. Yeah, it's true. And George said something, that Anonymous is older than when we started out in 4chan. Saying that when the first guy decided looked around his world and decided that something wasn't right and stood up for something right in the world, then that was when Anonymous was started, and that kind of goes back to ancient times. You know what I'm saying? So the idea is old.
Yeah. Yes, I can remember before 4chan, there was a group of about 60 of us that met in Austin, Texas, about 20 years ago. I would compare it to an AA meeting.
Are you talking about the old 2600 meetings?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I'm that old. Yes, I'm that old. I've been doing this a long time. Yeah.
I remember in the 90s when I first saw one of those magazines. One of my mom's friends. That was my introduction to the darker side of computers. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we just got CompuServe dial up, and I was using my modem to play video games. And so this guy, he's one of my friends, and he's upgrading our computer, and he leaves a magazine 2600 in there, and I was like really interested at a young age, so I was like, oh, this is some interesting shit.
Oh, so we got you by accident.
Yeah.
That's great. See, it was meant to be. The thing about the thing about Anonymous that I've found in all of us is you either fit in or you don't.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know how to put it. I feel like I was born to do what I'm doing with the people I'm doing it with. I feel I'm a part of that, and they feel the same way. It's like walking into your home. You know it's home, it's comfortable, it's sanctuary, whatever. You feel safe there. I feel safe when I'm talking to my Anonymous family, no matter where they are in the world. And they are my family. They have my back when I sleep. I have theirs when they sleep. And years ago, I don't know, I'm not too good on time. Let's say 10 years ago, if you had anybody in Anonymous give you your phone number, it would be like an act of God or something.
I still get requests that from new Anons all the time. Tell me where you live. Tell me who you are. And I'm like,
No. I'm not saying up your private info, but people that I've known for years and I work with, we all have each other's phone number. We use Vonage because, well, my friend over here in Texas, Vonage is a Texas company out of Australia. I mean, out of Austin. So for $28 a month, I can get a modem. I can ship it to Australia. And my partner and girlfriend lives in Melbourne. She has a Victoria, Texas phone number.
Yeah.
Yeah, for $28 a month. So I run, Vonage, and I can call her. If you call on AT&T and you call Melbourne, Australia, you talk for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, you're looking at about $125.
Do you remember when VoIP services, when they started getting commercialized, they were actually a flat rate and it was dirt cheap, and now they don't do that shit anymore?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And see, with Vonage, they say for $28 a month, you can call any country in the world free, unlimited. That's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. Excuse my language, but it is.
I think the only reason I wanted to get that service was because I would always get these suspicious, because I had a bad drug problem. Call weird parts of the world to see if my package is coming.
Well, let's put it this way. Vonage is free up to 3,000 minutes international. Yeah, they don't tell you. They say it's for free, unlimited calling internationally to any country in the world, unless you're James Duckworth. I'm serious. They sent me an email. They said, you have exceeded our terms of agreement, and I don't fit into their calling plan. I said, what do you mean? They said, well, you're only allowed 3,000 unlimited international minutes. I said, well, unlimited means
unlimited.
Unlimited. They said, well, that's the 3,000 minutes. I said, oh, so what do I do? They said, well, you have to do this plan. And then we charge you $2 and something cents, or whatever it was, $1.03 a minute after that. I said, no, forget it. So then I got to talking to a friend of mine that goes to University of Texas. And he's in computer science classes. He said, yeah, but there's a catch. I said, what's the catch? He says, get another modem and ship it to your girlfriend in Australia. And I said, you're kidding me. So I called up and I got some, keep in mind, I'm in Texas, 180 miles from southeast of Austin. I call Austin, I get a guy in India, or sounds like he's from Pakistan or India. And he says, oh yeah, we can't ship another modem overseas, but we can ship you a modem and you can ship it anywhere in the world you want. So I'm thinking, all right, this would be a great business. I get the modems. I ship them all over the world for a flat rate price, $10 more, and then y'all pay me. But then my conscience got to bother me. Okay. So, but seriously, so I have an account already. So to eliminate all the fees, I ship her a modem. She gets that Victoria, Texas number. We talk 6, 7, 8 hours a day online. I mean, on the phone. But we're doing business because we run a lot of pages and stuff together. So, and then there's a time difference. They're like a day ahead of us. See, today's the 30th in Australia, as it's the 29th in America. So, they're our future. And just so you know, and any changes that happen to Facebook happen before they affect us.
Yeah, I've noticed that, you're talking about Facebook, right?
Yeah, if you're using Facebook and they do a change,
yes, they test it out in another country. Yeah, and there are some really cool features that are available in other countries besides the U.S.
That's true.
Now they got Facebook Rooms available to Australia, CA, and I think it's certain European countries. Which is a little different than a normal chat room, which has like administrative status. And, yeah, they're kind of cool, but oops, we are losing.
You're absolutely right.
Hold on, my internet's goofing. Hold on, can you guys hear me? That's really weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know how they are. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, it was a really weird spike low, spike low, spike low.
Hmm.
That was really weird.
Yeah.
Could have been somebody turning and playing with something. Anyway,
Could be.
because I have a little monitor right here on the side. I get like all paranoid. I'm like, okay, wait, who's trying to get into my,
They wouldn't do that.
No. It's probably my roommate playing with something.
Hello.
Yeah, what type of people would do that? what type of people would do that? Want to hack into them? I mean,
Ilson. Ilson?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Alright, there we go.
Can you turn your mic up a little bit?
I'm trying.
Trying?
Yeah, hold on.
take your time.
How's that?
It's
No.
No, it's kind of the same.
Yeah, it's about the same. I can hear you though. Very audible.
Got everything cranked up.
I guess we'll just have to talk really quiet.
Yeah.
Where's he coming from? Elysian. Well,
From Facebook.
Yeah, the country of Facebook. I'm familiar with that.
So, Preston, you were going to talk about some other stuff today. What was it?
CIA director says that WikiLeaks is a hostile intelligence service.
I thought they were.
It's true. I mean, it's not an intelligence service. I mean, I guess you could look at them that way.
I thought they
Seeing
were.
as how they have better intelligence than even the intelligence services, but
Well, they'd have to because they're now the largest criminal drug trafficking cartel in the world, thanks to Obama.
Who's that?
The CIA.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Why else would we be guarding the poppy? Because the CIA is, processing it and putting it on the streets of Russia as we speak to fund other interests that they have, whatever that might be.
All their dark projects.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you guys still remember when CNN was telling everybody that WikiLeaks was illegal to look at?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that. But let's see. The last Reuters or whatever poll, 83% of Americans supported WikiLeaks and trusted WikiLeaks over the United States government.
Wait, I think Glenn's... Wait, are you talking? Elysian?
I'm trying. I'm still trying to get this mic to work, man. I don't understand why it's not working.
Huh.
Yeah.
Do you have another device you can hop on?
Not really.
Okay.
My mobile device, I use it. I tether off of that. So if I try to make a call, I'll drop my internet connection.
Oh, let me turn off the mic.
Now.
Yeah, I can hear you. I had my volume down.
Oh, right on.
Preston, you can hear him, right?
Yeah, just barely. Well, it's kind of like George when he fades out sometimes.
Yeah.
See, that's my problem. I try, no matter, even on my end, when I try to record it, just to test the mic, it's really low. I think it's the mic itself.
So what should we talk about?
But no,
Glenn?
the CIA. I mean, that's what I guess a statement like that is a lead up to that we're coming after the CIA will be coming after you. That's they're looking for some label or some way they can redefine free speech and what you do and the leaking into something else, preferably like I don't know, what do they call it, espionage or some kind of spying. That's That's what they really want to get to, so they can hammer you big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, if they want us, they've got us already.
Did they publicly announce this?
Yeah, that was the Pompeo, and that was in the speech he made 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh, because everything that they're saying is absolutely 100% the fucking truth.
Yeah, we can't have that in the empire of lies. That's not allowed.
No,
Well,
exactly.
When it comes to WikiLeaks, they're just telling us the truth. But how many bad things have we caught the CIA doing?
Oh man,
how many?
It's daily. It really is. It's almost daily something comes out.
It's more like hourly. Yes, more like hourly. It's
they even saying that. They busted them rigging the 2012 French elections.
Yeah.
They're talking about the Russian, getting into the DNC and all that, which is bullshit. But I mean, they actually are doing it to the French.
We also busted. We also buzzed. Remember that huge plane full of cocaine that fucking crashed in what was it?
Yeah, there was 4 tons of cocaine. Let's be sure we mention it. How much cocaine? 4 tons.
Yeah, and then we found out it was linked to. Not only was it linked to the Contras down in South America, but it was also linked to the Iranian hostage crisis. It was a whole big Ponzi scheme. It was a whole big fucking scheme. Mm-hmm. Everybody was in on it.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I don't know if y'all know. Let's see.
Let me see. The CIA was training the Mujahideen, and they were. Then we know who they later became. What else have they been involved in? That's pretty.
The Iranian, taking out. They installed the first Shah, but then they took him out with the Islamic Revolution. I mean, they'll play both ways.
Oh yeah.
Pinochet in Chile, that goes way back. Of course, the Bay of Pigs, the failed invasion.
We're going way back.
Yeah, they're all. I mean, they're always out there trying something. Well, the one that worked here recently was the Ukraine. That's a CIA, George Soros, the NGOs, State Department. So you can't overthrow a country still and get away with it.
Yeah.
You would think the UN would be on top of that one. It's like, come on, what does it take? I mean, but no, no retribution.
No. Mm-mm. Wow.
Oh, and then we found out, it wasn't the CIA, it was the NSA with the Vault 7 leaks that they were using uber secret spy tools even in our everyday devices. I mean, this isn't like new revelations, but the level that they're doing at is utterly fucking ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
There seem to be big companies tied into this. Well, that was that one Zetron out of Ohio. They got like 60 or 70,000 people working at that company, owned by was it McDonnell Douglas or something?
I think it is.
So
McDonnell
it's
Douglas.
You're a CIA contract shop for dirty scripts.
Oh yeah.
That's.
Yeah. Okay. So
it's big business. Let's just.
It is.
You got 1,000
business.
hackers, working for you.
Exactly.
You can do some damage.
And that's why it's so important that we, as people who chose to support the idea of anonymous, so be politically correct here, that we unite, because if we don't, we're screwed. Because they've got everything and the equipment to do it. We need to put our petty differences aside and work together. If we work together, we got the largest network in the world.
Yeah.
So much that we could do.
Well, essentially, there is more of us than them, but a lot of people buy into the petty bullshit. And I was trying to talk about it before. The anti-Muslim, the anti-Jewish, the anti this minority, or the anti-this, or you're pro-left, or you're pro-right. And a lot of people buy into this shit because it's an easy fucking target, and people are dumb enough to fucking see it. But what people don't see, a lot of us do, but a lot of us, there's a lot that don't, is that, if we all unite and come up with a really good plan, we could stop all this bullshit in a couple of days.
Sure good. Another thing we could do is not do anything. And what I mean by that is don't buy anything except necessities. Don't go buy a new phone. Don't buy Coca-Cola. Don't watch NFL. We could shut them. That's the language corporations speak. Money.
Well, yeah, there was a really
consumerism.
There was a really good video that came out of God, who is it? Preston, you know this one. We are change, right? Where it talked about how the elite stay in power, and it was really, really powerful. And they were talking about how the only thing that is stopping us, really, I mean, it's that the solution was very simple. How they explained it was the only thing that we have to do to stop this system is stop participating in it. Really, all of us, 100%.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
But it seems so easy. But in actuality, when you put these kind of when you try to put it into like
action,
it just doesn't work because everybody there's always a lot of things. It seems easy, but it's not as easy as you think. There's always going to be complications.
Yeah, that's true.
I look at Anonymous as a brand in a way, and brands only get so much penetration into a market. No matter how hard you try or how much you advertise, there's different franchises, different not ideas, but different companies only get so far, and it's usually I mean if you get 3 to 5%, you're doing pretty good. 10, 20, Walmart or something, going to be higher, but the very few. But yeah, it's hard to get any kind of message out there, even if you're advertising. It just doesn't in the collage of it all that you get hit with, like on radio and TV. It doesn't register unless you've just got the money to do it, like at 5 o'clock with the news, 5 times during the broadcast or something.
Yeah,
people don't see it.
That's right. They don't.
I just tell people,
and that's why when we have the Super Bowl in America, for what is it, 15 seconds or 30-second ad, you're looking at $2 million because everybody watches the Super Bowl and they know that the people are going to see their ads. I bet there's nobody that can name one bad Budweiser ad that's ever shown on the Super Bowl. I mean, I have to give them credit. I mean, they got the money, so they can spend it the way they want. But you got to give them credit. Budweiser is excellent at propaganda bullshit, and they know when to spend their money and where to spend it. And they do a great job of promoting themselves on those Super Bowl ads. They put a lot of time and money into those ads with those Clydesdales. I have to admit, there's some beautiful horses. But, well, yeah, the horses are better than the beer, trust me. They got busted a couple years ago watering down their beer. You knew that, right?
No shit. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense.
Well,
let's say a couple bucks.
They got sued. Get this. Our actual government sued Budweiser because that's true. Our government actually sued Budweiser for us because they were screwing us out of our alcohol content. That's what it boiled down to. So,
I knew some guys that worked up at the brewery, and I mean, when that's all metered, and they check the percentages and all. So it's like a USDA stamp or anything else. It's like if you're not meeting that spec, whatever it is, I mean, they're on your ass.
That's right.
It's like a gas pump that doesn't give you the right amount. Anytime you're tricking a oh God, what do you call that?
Your pump unit.
Well, yeah, but there's a term for that. The of keeping the accuracy up. That if you start tweaking with that, and Jackie will, they know you're messing with the machine vaguely, or you're not maintaining it to the standard. Either way, you're in trouble.
Exactly.
So I can see why they do that. Yeah,
well, sure, yeah. So let's see. When you break it down in dollars and cents, okay, you go up north, not far. Let's say Oklahoma. You got 3.2 beer.
Hold on.
And 6 point here. So they're selling Oklahoma beer in Texas, all around the world is basically what it boils down to. That doesn't fly here. I can tell you what, I don't drink, but I know some Texans, boy, that if they cut their beer, they'd be able to tell you right up, this isn't right. they just Texans drink a lot of beer. A lot of them do anyway. I don't, but no, I really don't. I don't drink.
But going back to the, like the average, well, it was anonymous.
Wait.
I mean,
I think we got somebody talking. Hold on.
Did Zaid come on?
I need to mute this.
Can I hear you? You were talking?
Uh-oh.
No, you said something. Somebody come on.
Okay, so go on.
Oh.
Our guy from Kashmir just popped up in the chat.
Okay.
I think I'm calling him by his right name. Maybe that's why he's not responding. Okay, so we might have somebody from Kashmir.
Cool.
That's good.
Hold on. Oh, he's talking right now. He's talking.
Okay.
Hold on.
It might take a second.
Okay, well, I'm gonna monitor this.
We think if he could get that far, he could get to the call. That's
Yeah, I was hoping.
Okay.
It'd be nice.
There's always some
Nice.
there's always some technical problems in the back end of the show, so it happens. It's normal. Remember that one time when I used up I think they were doing something to my internet to the point where I was having all those interruptions, but I wasn't paying attention to our guest saying that there was the broadcast was being interrupted. Yeah.
Did y'all know that, just a little trivia, yesterday was 50 years ago yesterday that Muhammad Ali refused to fight in a war he didn't believe in?
Oh, wow. That goes way back, yeah.
Sure does.
Cassius Clay.
Cassius Clay. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're either educated or close to my age.
53.
I'm 58. Okay, we're in the same. Okay, good enough. Yeah, not many people would know that. That's
No, yeah, this is old trivia. It's
yeah,
old folks trivia.
yeah. It just what gets me is no one gave a damn about him becoming Muslim and changing his name to Muhammad Ali, but they gave a damn about him not going to fight in that dang rich man's war. You know, and that brings us back to what you were saying earlier about, the hating of the Jews or the Muslims or whatever, or the Muslims are hating on the Jews. There's some people in anonymous, I won't mention any names, that are hacking Israeli websites. Like the Israelis don't know what's going on. They've tracked their IPs, I'm sure. So that just gives them another reason when they find out you're Muslim to launch another bomb in,
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of the stuff that I see going around, I'm saying a lot of people buy into this is that you'll demonize one group when it's really just a distraction between the elite, the New World Order, the shadow government, the people that are controlling and manipulating everything. You can say it's this group, you can say it's the Kurds, you could say it's ISIS, or well, no, ISIS is a real big threat. I'm sorry. There's really nothing really good I can say about them, but I'm saying that there are a lot of demonization that goes on there, and a lot of this isn't new. This is a very old tactic, and I hate to see it when people buy into this. I have friends. I have friends that are Muslims. I have friends that are Buddhists. I have friends that are this, and there's nothing wrong with these. There's nothing wrong with them. And then when you start, then when you start saying these real off the wall things like all Muslims believe in Sharia law, and I'm like, I can call 10 people on my phone and verify that this isn't true.
That's
You know?
true. That you're dead on the money.
And that I hear another thing that they all believe in FGM, and I go, no, this is not true.
Yep, that's right.
I think I fixed it.
Ah, there you are. There you are.
Hey,
Right on.
Sure did.
great.
All right.
But this is and you got to think like where does the demonization start? And and I honestly have a good idea. It comes from propaganda and subliminal messages that we see coming out from the propaganda machines and from the corporate media. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're absolutely right, brother.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure there's a niche there where a lot of that is true. What the media says.
Well, of course, there are going to be like when you say something really you think of a really fucked up situation, and then there actually is somebody who's really doing it. Of course, there's going to be some reality to it. But like when you start stereotyping a group of people and saying that they're all this way, then you don't know people.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And then the media that we have in the world is owned. All the media in the world is owned by 6 individuals.
Yeah.
Every bit of the media can be bottom lined.
Yeah.
To 6 individual people that run 6 individual corporations or companies, and it's whatever they want to tell us.
That's interesting, actually. I've noticed a huge pattern with a lot of things like that, especially the media. A long time ago, it started off as a huge web of just basic journalism.
Mm-hmm.
And then as time goes on, it's almost by design. It slowly starts dwindling down, and they disguise it as monopolizations.
Mm-hmm.
But it appears there's definitely a design.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a format. What do you call it? Yeah, they've got a format, a plan. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's a narrative there, and it goes hand in hand with a lot of the corporations as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And see, all that started when I can't remember which president passed a law that corporations could be treated as individuals, so they had a right to a say, which gave them a vote.
Right.
The difference is that what people didn't realize is when we voted and passed that law, is when you give a corporation a right to a vote, you got to keep in mind we're not on a level playing field anymore because they have $50 billion and you don't. So they can influence the vote.
Oh, absolutely.
And so what sounded like, well, maybe they whitewashed us, they got us, and that's what they're promoting, because corporations fund media, and so we're supposed to buy. Consumerism. If we quit buying and affect their pocketbooks, they will eventually listen. Because big corporations like Coca-Cola, I won't say who owns them, they've got extreme overhead.
Yeah, but then it's just a matter of time before it gets even more totalitarian, where they'll just start forcing people into situations like with healthcare, for instance. When they basically tried that with the Obamacare situation.
Yeah, they really did.
And that's what'll end up happening is they'll force people into situations where nobody can afford anything, and they'll outlaw the natural forms. You won't be able to grow gardens in your backyard for food. You'll have to go to their sources for food. And
you know that already happened in Florida, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
There was that lady, I can't remember her name. She totally went off the grid.
Yeah.
Yeah, lost her home, everything because of that. They filed suit on her in jail.
Was that the lady that wouldn't Wasn't she constantly getting in trouble with the courts for not hooking up her sewer ports at first? Or is this a different lady?
Yeah, that's the one.
No, that's her. That's her.
And the water lines too. Electrical hookup, I believe, also.
Yeah, I remember the courts were telling her that she had to hook up, she had to pay the fee for her sewer line, and she was saying that she didn't have to because she was disposing of whatever was going another way, or was using it for something else, something like that.
Yeah, if you just,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, if you just cancel your electric, that's enough. They just come in and say, "Hey, you're not on the grid." They just come in and condemn your home, or
that's true.
You're not allowed to do that, especially in the city. You might do it in the country, but
okay, that's true. Now here's where they get. Here's how trivial it is. I could do the same thing here in Texas, but illegal. But I still have to have a connection to the electric grid. In other words, I still got to have that meter on my house. Now it might be spinning the other way, and they'd be paying me, for supplying electric to the grid. If I disconnect that meter to my house and I have my own power source, I've just broke the law.
Which is so bizarre. It doesn't even make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because I can actually have a solar powered system or whatever, wind powered, and have the meter going in reverse, and they will send me a check every month, minus the $15 for the connection or whatever it is now.
Right.
Okay. So if I just disconnect it, then they don't have to pay me any money. But the thing is, if I hook into the line, I can supply my neighbors with power so they lose customers. That's what I think they're afraid of.
Yeah, a lot of it too is they might want to just make sure they have one good excuse to be able to set foot on your property.
That's another one.
Remember, collecting rainwater is now a crime. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, it's just a reason. There is no law. That's just a way of ordinancing themselves into your life.
Exactly.
That's all it is. It's for other agenda items that they've got planned for you, and that's just the cheap excuse. The rainwater, same thing. It's like, wait a minute, you guys own the rainwater? No, you don't. But they'll bust you for it. So it's
and then they pass it off as they're trying to help the environment. And which is bogus, because unless the water leaves the planet, it's never truly being wasted. I mean, you could keep 100 gallons of water stored in your garage for 100 years. It doesn't matter. The water is still there. Eventually, it'll leak back into the planet sometime.
Yeah, that's true.
It's to me, it's a control freak issue. They don't want you to be self-sufficient on your own. They're such control freaks. They want to have some way into your life.
That's right. It's called,
and that's the reason. It's just they're psychopaths.
It's called government, and government is a Latin word, which means to control.
It's more than just that, though. It's a psychological thing. The vast majority of the population, psychologically, they're conditioned that's the way life is. There is no way around it.
That's true. That's all they know.
Exactly. I mean, you try
So they, okay. So they can't imagine life how it was when we were growing up in the 60s.
Oh, no way.
No, see, they don't. That's one of the problems that we have communicating to our younger people in Anon is we know how it used to be, and it was far from perfect then, but it's a lot better than it is now. Okay.
See, I wasn't around then. I've only I've only been around for a year, a little over a year. I don't know, it's been almost a year and 6 months now, and so I don't know what it was like back then.
Well, you could drink from the water hose. We played outside. There was no internet.
I thought you were talking about Anonymous. I thought you were talking about.
No.
No, I'm talking about there was no. Well, I was using Fortran and Oh, geez, DOS and all that stuff back in the 70s. We were still doing activism, but it was more hands-on. Preston might remember when they came out with the Texas marijuana stamp. Do you remember that back in the 70s?
No.
Well, yeah, they were going to say they were going to legalize marijuana, so you could come up to Austin and get your marijuana dealer's license, get a stamp. You pay $100, which I got one. Yeah, well, I was on probation for marijuana. Well, yeah, I was on probation for 5 years for possession of marijuana when an African-American man who was released from prison 10 years ago got busted with a joint and was doing life. He just got released from Texas Huntsville Penitentiary about 10 years ago because some activists just found him lost in the system for one joint. Came down from Michigan for Christmas. He spent 28 years in prison for a joint. And I was doing 5 years probation for possession of weed. And I went to Austin and got me one of those tax stamps. They took my name. They got every bit of information. I got my tax stamp, and I got arrested when I hit Victoria by Victoria Probation Department for conspiring to sell illicit drug, marijuana. It was a big scam that we all fell for. A lot of us fell for. Yeah, the Texas marijuana tax stamp. I still have that stamp, believe it or not. I should. I did enough, I'd never been to prison, but I did probation, and it was deferred, so I have no record. Thank God.
That's kind of like those warrant roundups when they tell you to come to the Walmart at some address, to come get your free stuff, and
yeah,
they'll show up, and there they are waiting for you.
Yeah. Or you?
Is that same kind of interaction?
Yeah. Or one of the oldest scams, similar. What you say is, you've won $1,000 shopping spree. Just come by and claim your prize at so and so, and you walk in and there's table and chairs, 4 or 5 people, and they talk to you for a minute. Next thing you know, you look behind you and there's 20 feds. And they round you up, and everybody goes to jail. It's a big roundup. Or
wait, what?
No, seriously. The biggest one I can remember was in New York during the 80s, and they had the what is it? I don't know. It was like the gangsters ball.
Oh, is this where they all told them they won a boat, but these were people that they knew, or they won the lottery, and they knew that they were all criminals, so they would call them up and tell them.
Yeah, it was something like that, but it was something like that. But what it was they called it was in New York. Then it was the gangsters ball. So all these gangsters, mafia and drug runners of all nationalities, whatever, crime on the streets, got all dressed up, pimped. They're all decked out, in the 80s to go to this ball. So they're showing pictures, on ABC, and they're all dancing. Everybody's having a good time. I'm all wasted to the max. Alcohol's flowing like unlimited waterfalls. All of a sudden, the doors all fly open. The feds come in and arrest everybody. About 3,000 underworld. Yeah, it's called the Gangsters Ball. It's around 1986, 87, if I remember. And then there was a bunch of spin-offs of that where they'd send you a letter, this is an authorized something. You've won $1,000 shopping spree. Come on by and check us out, and you get your shopping spree on, and you go in and you sign up and you talk to them. They ask a few questions and you sign your name. Next thing you know, 3 or 4 or 10 officers come in, arrest you, put you in handcuffs, throw you in a room. The next person comes in claiming their prize. Next thing you know, you got 300 people in this holding cell in the back of this building. They cart them all off to jail. Good thing, bait and hook, entrapment is what we call it now. But back when I was growing up in the 70s, a drug enforcement agent couldn't sell dope. He couldn't do dope. So if you had cocaine and you said, well, show me some cocaine. Okay, fine, we'll do it. If they didn't do it, you knew they were narcs. You didn't sell them anything. But not that I would know this, but I knew people back then. Okay, but now you can work for a police department or the DEA, and you can come into a community like Victoria, and you pimp dope all day long, man. You can sell crack, you can sell meth, you can make it, you can do anything, you can use it.
Well, you know as well as I do, the war on drugs is.
Yeah, you can sleep with hookers. Yeah.
You know as well as I do. I was gonna. That's another point I've been at. For a while. Me and George have talked about the war on drugs is absolutely another form, and a lot of people don't agree with me on this one. But if I can explain, the underlying in the terms and what they're actually doing, is that a lot of it's poppycock and just bullshit politics on the surface. But
it's a war on people, man.
Exactly. But essentially, what the U.S. government is telling you is that you cannot put a drug into your body that they do not approve of. Yes, there are people that have really bad drug problems. Yes, there are people that die on drugs. But that's not why I'm for the pro legalization of drugs. A lot of it comes down to what you can and can't do, and nobody should be able to tell you what you can and can't do to your own body. And
That's right.
And there's another problem with this. The DEA constantly schedules drugs as Schedule 1. It goes from Schedule 1 to Schedule 5. Anything above a Schedule 2 is a prescription medication, and there are some drugs in Schedule 1 that here's another one, sodium oxyorbate. Sodium oxyorbate is also known as GHB. GHB was known back in the early 90s as the date rape drug. It is not for hypnol. They found out that, believe it or not, that the sodium oxyorbate, which used to be a Schedule 1, has medicinal purposes for people who have rare forms of narcolepsy. So why did you make it illegal in the first place? Because they did absolutely no testing.
Well, okay,
absolutely none. They just got they got a bunch of people who went into a hospital, or there was it becomes a problem. A lot of people get arrested. I think a lot of it was involved around the rape scene, and all of a sudden they'll do an emergency scheduling, and then they'll vote on it, and then it'll be declared illegal. And then here's where they even get it more twisted without doing any further testing, is that they will illegalize not only the chemical itself, but the analogs, isomers, and salts. So anything that's similar to it is also illegal. And why should any government be able to tell you what you can and can't put in your body? And this even goes even further up the chain. And I've had issues with this. Even my dad, who's a doctor, believes me on this one. Is that why should you have to? Why should the government tell you that you need to get a prescription to get medications? And there are many countries that don't agree with this. That you can go into a pharmacy and get your medications without going to see a doctor. And that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that you are enabling a government agency as a mediary to allow you what medications you can and can't have. So when you sign, when a doctor signs on a script pad, it also goes to the Drug Enforcement Agency.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to find this article, but naturally I can't find it when I need it. Back in the late 70s, the head of the Food and Drug Administration.
I gotta go let my dog out. Be right back.
Okay, he didn't come online because there was no online, but he announced over the networks, the FDA does not work for the American people.
No, it works for Big Pharma.
That's right. They work for Big Pharma. So
there are tons of medications out there that the FDA will not approve. And there are tons of medications that are really, really bad for people that they will approve and look the other way because some people, like a few people, died during the trial phases. But this medication will stop an epidemic of this disease or this virus, so the benefits outweigh this, and then we'll deal with the legal consequences later. And then we'll bury it under a bunch of shit, and they'll pay us a shit ton of money. Everybody fucking knows what time it is,
Yeah, that's a perfect example is that EpiPen thing.
Oh yes, So I was really mad at Mylan for doing that, and they got into some trouble with that. So
they got in some big trouble.
Yeah. So essentially, if our viewers are not aware, Mylan is the number one manufacturer for what's known as not for the actual medication itself, but it is known for epinephrine. You can get epinephrine in a shot, but essentially an EpiPen.
Be sure to tell them what it's for.
Well, an EpiPen is a life-saving medication. So if your kid eats some peanuts, eats some chocolate, gets stung by a bee sting,
exactly could be life or death.
This is
a
life or death medication. So there are many kids that walk around every day that have to walk around with an EpiPen just in case that something happens. So essentially, this medication was somewhere between, with insurance, it was somewhere between, I think without
like $5.
Yeah, maybe $5, but with insurance, without insurance, it was maybe max $175, $200. Not totally unreasonable, but kind of up there.
No.
So what happened was that without any reasoning or whatever, they jacked up the price only to profit themselves and the corporate CEOs.
Correct.
To $800, and here's how they
Mm-hmm.
justified it. They offered a $400 discount, lowering the medication down to $400. Now, if you have insurance, some insurance will only pay 50% of that, so you're still paying about $200, which is really unreasonable. In case if you have those like really sensitive kids that need to get these shots weekly, bi-weekly because they're not paying attention, or whatever. So this starts adding up after a while. And there are a bunch of activist doctors that were showing kits on how to put these together. In fact, they would send you all the stuff that you needed, including there'd be doctors that would write you out the script for epinephrine for a vial of it. You could make this shit yourself. And then I believe it went to Congress, and Congress found out through the paperwork that there was no logical reason why they jacked up the fucking price other than to put it in their own pockets.
Well, other than that, and they had a monopoly on it, and they could.
Yeah, but just because they do it doesn't mean it's right. I mean, if you...
That's right. That's the whole deal. And just because you're the only one with the market for that drug doesn't give you the right. Just like if you're a hacker, with great power comes great responsibility. And if you're the sole owner of, epinephrine, and you need to be responsible because there's kids out there that could die if they don't have that shot from an allergic reaction. You don't jack it up to $800. If anything, you said, we've made our money, now let's do the humanitarian thing and drop the price 50%. If we only make a penny, we're still making a profit because the drug's been paid for long ago. It's been around that long.
Sorry, I'm laughing at this one comment. Brenetta D. Sean Favors. No Anon would ever live cast. Fake Anon is fake. I appreciate your comment.
Yeah.
Everybody's entitled to that one.
That's true.
Anyway, so let's go on ahead. Go on.
No, it's just, if anything, what I'm saying is, the drug was paid for long ago. The creation of it, the making of it, the production of it. So the cost, they made their money long ago.
So yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So to jack it up to $800 is just totally self-serving for him and his corporation. If anything, in my opinion, they should have cut the price in half. If they made only a penny per EpiPen, they're doing the humanitarian thing. Hey, think about it. Think about it. You do one nice act. You save a bunch of people. People are going to remember. Then when you go and screw them on the next product, they'll think, well, they did. They cut the price of EpiPen, saved all these lives. You're sure going to make a lot of money in between point A and point B. But corporations, they have no feelings. So they're out screwing everybody from the get-go. When in actuality, they could probably make more money if they would do the right thing, because they get more people on board and they say, hey, this company's trying to do the right thing. But no, this one guy screwed the pooch, and he wanted to put all the money in his pocket. I think he's going to go to prison over that, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, remember Bayer?
No.
Remember
Monsanto owns Bayer now.
No, remember Bayer had remember they had the HIV tainted blood?
Yeah.
And this is back in this was in the last 10 years, and they had HIV tainted blood, and I think they were told that they couldn't sell it. So what they did is they shipped the blood offshore and sold it elsewhere.
Yeah, that's it. Those platelets, blood platelets.
I think so.
Yeah, it's not real blood, but they make plasma out of it using blood platelets, and it was HIV infected. The thing about it is our blood supply is tainted everywhere. They only, if you go down to your local, and boy, this is bad for business. I'm a doctor's son, so this kind of stings. When you go and you give blood at your local, blood bank, they only test a percentage of that blood.
I believe what they do is they do the initial they have an instant test where they poke the individual, and then After somebody does a donation, they run it through a machine. And yeah, you're right. Only a certain percentage is tested on.
Yeah, but some of those percentages come up false positives, and some of those percentages don't come up at all that they have anything.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is the results from that initial test that they do is not a 100% test. In other words, different metabolisms, they might be HIV, but it won't come up that they have HIV.
Well, yeah,
for some
the
reason.
theory is that when you're infected with a certain virus, it's supposed to distribute evenly throughout a fluid or within the body, but that's unfortunately not true. So
No,
you can
exactly.
do a test on an individual and say that they're not positive for this disease or that virus, and then you do a blood test 20 minutes later, and it's there. So usually, I mean, that's not a very common thing, but it does happen.
Yeah. The thing about it is if you go down and you donate blood for every pint or whatever that you donate, or if you have an operation or something, you can go donate blood so you have blood for your family, but that plasma only lasts for so long.
I think it's like 4 months.
Yeah, 4 months. So if something catastrophic happens in your family, God forbid, you're not going to get your blood back. They used your blood. You're getting somebody else's blood. That just gives you the opportunity to have first, dibs on blood, which in my family, well, with my girlfriend in Melbourne, she's AB negative, the rarest blood you can have in the world. So you figure in the United States, 350 million people. In Australia, which is bigger than the United States, they have 25 million people. So how many people have AB negative blood?
Not a lot.
Probably not very many.
Then you got the weirder one, which is like the RH factor.
Yeah, the RH negative, yeah. Yeah, RH negative, yes. That's even more rare. So, and then you go by population, it even gets harder to get. So there's some concern. And then with, I don't want to, the Jehovah's Witness, for instance, they don't believe in having blood transfusions. They use, so if they have an operation, they use fake plasma manufactured by Big Pharma because they can't have blood transfusions. I only know this because my sister's Jehovah's Witness. And she had an operation because she was in a car wreck. Not by choice, needed it. But she couldn't use, in order to be in, the specs of her religion, good, bad, or other, she had to use what they call something plasma platelets, which is basically man-made blood, which I don't trust anything that's manufactured by anybody, much less blood. So I think I'd take a chance on human blood, run it through one of them Walmart aqua filters or something first. I don't know what to tell you, but I certainly don't think I'd be using Big Pharma's platelet blood, for a transfusion. And Bayer's owned by Monsanto now, so, well, we know what we think about Monsanto.
Yeah, they're a bunch of evil scientists. They're doing irreversible damage to our future and to.
Boy, that's a nice way of putting it.
Just about every, on the microscopic level, essentially what Monsanto's is doing is messing around with the building blocks of the building blocks of nature, and that's not the problem. The problem is that these building blocks, what we call DNA,
correct,
are essentially were designed this way on purpose, and they take time to change, but drastically altering DNA. Genetically modifying things so that they will grow faster or they will produce bigger fruit and this and that. We've already seen in the tests that some of these things are toxic to the certain organs. I think it was the GMO corn was causing liver failure in rats.
Yeah. Yes.
And,
very true. That's true. You got it. It was the corn. The corn that's supposed to be have an insecticide in it that it only affects the insects that would attack the corn. But now that it's been out on the market and it's affect the liver and everything, these insects it's supposed to kill now eat that corn.
Yeah, and then you have what's known as the food chain, and not only are we we getting the animals, the food, the animal's not going to know the difference between a GMO corn or a regular corn. There are many documentaries that say they do. They don't fucking know the difference. They're going to eat whatever they're going to eat. It's nature.
That's true.
That's a big problem too, because 90% of all the grain that's fed to cattle and all the livestock, especially here in the U.S., it's all GMO. So what ends up happening is all your livestock, all that meat that you guys eat,
yep,
that's all GMO laced.
That E. coli. Here you go. I just did a research on a documentary, Food Incorporated. This is right up my alley. One hamburger. You go get your hamburger anywhere you want. Pick your place. McDonald's, anyone. Your local dairy treat. One hamburger is about 3,000 cows. That's true. Your hamburger doesn't come from one individual cow. By the time it goes through the factory and it's processed and poured into patties to go out to your local establishment, your eatery, whatever you want to call it, it has about 3,000 cattle to make up that one burger. Now, the problem with the E. coli, cows don't eat corn. Cows eat grass.
Right.
They eat hay. That's what they're used to. When you take them and you put them in feedlots and you feed them and fatten them up with the corn, since they're not used to eating corn, they're used to eating grass, they're vegetarian, they start eating the corn, it causes the E. coli. And the corn also fattens them up. So that's why they're giving the corn, to fatten up the cattle, because the bigger the cow, the more money they make. But it's causing the E. coli, which in effect is, that pink hamburger meat that we all of us in Anonymous rioted, we protested against, this washed with ammonia. It's to kill the E. coli caused by the corn that they're feeding them to fatten them up, when cows should be eating grass in their natural fields.
Well, also a lot of the E. coli comes from the extremely unsanitary conditions in the slaughterhouses.
Exactly.
Well, because a lot of times what they do is when they chop these animals up, just the intestines, everything, it just goes everywhere, and they don't separate it from any of the areas where they're packaging the meat or they're processing the actual meat. So it gets passed along because they're going to assume you're going to cook it.
Well, you can only clean a place like that, a factory like that, so you can only clean it so well. Think about it. I mean, you'd have to have someone 24 hours a day cleaning all the machinery and the conveyors and everything. There's just no way.
No, it's impossible.
Matter of fact, they addressed this very same issue in the documentary Food Incorporated. You can see it on Netflix. I think you can find it on YouTube. It's called Food Inc. It's the documentary. There was an individual. He raised, he was all into the natural, organic type thing. And he was processing his chickens. He has his own little meat market right out there in the field. Cuts the neck off, got some, the whole process. And the big industry, chicken industry, tried to shut him down. And he fought him in court and won. Now, when they tested for bacteria, he had 300 parts per million. And the big corporations that process the foods in the factories like you're talking about had 3,000 parts per million of bacteria. And the judge had no choice. The evidence is there. So, and if you, I'm sure you've seen these factories. You know, well, we're in Texas. We you know, they're everywhere around here. How would you clean a place like that?
You don't.
You don't. You can't. There's no way. There's grinders that are, oh my, you know.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Is they don't. They just don't.
They don't. They just don't. I mean, you could drop a human, you know, a worker, a migrant worker, let's just say, comes over, he gets a job at one of these plants. He thinks, finally, I can ship some money back home, and we might have a nice life. He falls into one, and we eat the sucker. We would never know.
As a matter of fact, I believe they found human
in hot dogs
a couple of times in some meat products.
They found humans?
Oh yeah.
Believe it or not, just recently, I'm not going to say I verified this. The people that I work with verified it, that they found human DNA in hot dogs.
Yeah.
That reeks of what is that? Organized crime.
I've seen a lot of.
Yeah, it's Soylent Green. Y'all remember the movie Soylent Green? Yeah. Oh yeah. I just dated myself.
Yeah, they did it wrong. You're supposed to use piranhas.
Okay. Well.
What is that sound?
I don't know.
Arthur?
What? Yeah, I'm back. What am I doing? Am I causing a problem already? I haven't even said anything.
You watching some TV?
Can you hear my TV? I'll turn that shit down a little bit. My bad. Yeah, I just got back. I had a bunch of things going on, but it's all good. So what are we talking about? Human DNA in meat, huh?
Yeah, well, they found DNA in human DNA in hot dogs.
That's crazy. I've been seeing a lot of stuff. I don't know. I've never really verified it. I kind of just like,
where'd Billy go? Oh, he's in the ground.
Nah, I haven't personally verified it. My people, that, admin my pages with me, they did. They verified it. But what I mean by verification, I don't know about everybody in Anonymous, we try to use credible sites that we're used to dealing with, some of which we pay for. We pay good money out of our own pocket to make sure that we can verify certain things.
You can also kind of just like do your own little verification. Look for more than one report on it.
That's a good way.
If you can find repeating reports, chances are
exactly. That's another good way of doing it as well.
Yeah, do your research. I've been seeing a lot of stuff about China though. China's been packaging like human meat. You guys ever hear about that?
I've heard so. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard it.
Not either. I can't verify that, but I always see it. Somebody's sharing something about they found human parts they've been processing out of China, or dog meat.
Yes, I have heard that, and I've also there was something.
The plastic rice.
Oh yeah.
The plastic that what is it? Ramen noodles.
Yeah, Walmart brand and shit.
Yeah.
Their rice. It's plastic, man, and you can burn it on the stove and it melts like plastic.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I haven't tried it. I don't know that I want.
If you want to eat plastic, it's good for you.
Pepsi had some of their flavorants had what do you call them? Not baby parts, but
like baby
fetal stem cells or something. I mean,
GMOs, bro. It's genetically mutated fucking shit.
It's the umbilical cord.
Why would you need that? I mean, that makes no sense. It's like
I don't know. Why would you need the anus of an otter to flavor vanilla ice cream?
So since we're on this topic here, I'm going to go ahead and assume that I'm probably the only vegan in this chat here right now.
Maybe.
Well, I don't know that I classify. That's possible.
I eat vegetables, but meat too.
That's all right, though. That's healthy. That's good. You don't eat no animals. Power to you.
I try not to eat animals. Occasionally, I had my first hamburger today in probably a month. I made it myself, though, but still, I won't claim to be a vegan, but I'm not going to claim I'm not either.
Yeah. Never mind. I'm going to refrain from saying what I was going to say, too, I guess.
I'm just James, and I was hungry for hamburgers, so I had a hamburger. So, but I normally,
You can't hurt my feelings, by the way.
That's good to hear.
You can say whatever you want.
No, I had nothing against the vegan thing. I was going to call myself a savage. Some people don't like that. I don't fucking know.
No. Actually,
I'm a savage. I eat what I want.
Well, the only thing
Really,
about
meat's not good for you, though. In all reality, it's really healthy for you to not eat. We're not supposed to process red meat. It's really bad for us.
Yeah. See,
the average male dies with a 50-pound colon on him, from eating
That's
red
right.
meat.
See, what we're a product of is in our society in America is what they call the Agricultural Commission. Okay, this is you're supposed to eat 3 meals a day, and
They say you're supposed to, so you do.
that's right. And what it really was the farmers didn't know how to market their crap, so they came up with the Agricultural Commission. So then they figured out how to market beef and corn and milk and all this crap that's not good for you. Cheese, for instance, the human body can't digest cheese or milk products.
Dairy is one of the worst.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. Milk. Cheese,
It's made for baby cows, not people.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's there for a reason, and it's not for you.
That's right.
But
well, no, the only group that does is like Northern Europeans. They're into the heavy meats, sausage, milks.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only ones with stomachs that have kind of adapted to that.
Correct.
More or less. But yeah, everybody else, other ethnics and all, they just can't handle it. Lactose.
Well, I can't drink milk. I'm lactose intolerant. We won't get into it. It's
that's an evolutionary trait. That means you're farther ahead than the rest of us, because you're supposed to evolve out of milk.
No, don't put me in that. I'm just a 58-year-old young Texan that just can't tolerate milk because it's got a bunch of crap in it. I'm not.
It's not good for you.
No, I'm not any more evolved than anybody else.
I wasn't trying to say you're special by any means.
No. I know you're not. I don't. My body might be evolved, but no. But no. If I drink milk, I get deathly sick. I'm serious. It'll put me into bed. I mean,
I've seen it. My sister is lactose intolerant.
Oh, then I'm trying to refrain from exactly, because it's not pretty. Okay, but you know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about then.
Yeah.
Have you tried?
And she loves her ice cream too. So.
What was that? Have I tried what?
Have you tried rice milk?
I haven't tried rice milk, but I like the almond.
Almond milk's all right.
Almond milk seems to do real well with me. I like the taste.
It's all right. It's just creamy.
It tastes a little getting used to.
Yeah, if you like the almond milk, you'll probably really like the rice milk because it's a lot more. It's a lot smoother. It doesn't have as much of it doesn't have any of a nutty taste like the almond milk does.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem I had with almond milk, the nutty taste.
Yeah, see, I started off on the almond milk, and then I tried cashew milk. Cashew milk was significantly better, and then I tried rice milk, and I tell you what,
I'm gonna have to try that.
It's really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that. That sounds pretty good.
It's very smooth. It doesn't have a nutty flavor at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that rice milk. I didn't even know there was such a thing.
Me either.
I don't think I've tried it. I've heard of it. I've never
before
tried
my
that,
Alzheimer's kicks in or my dementia, I better write that down. Whatever they're calling it today, my anti-programming kicks in, so I forget. Yeah, rice milk.
You're saving data space, bro. You're making sure you have plenty of room for something else.
That's right.
More important.
That's right. Well, I don't know. Hey, I heard something about they're trying to not teach kids how to write anymore.
So what?
Yeah. Okay. You go to school, you learn to read, write, arithmetic, all the R's and all this. Yeah, they're going solely internet. So they're not teaching.
So they're teaching to type, not to write.
Yeah, they're teaching them to type and not the mechanics of writing, cursive or
I think that's
print
retarded.
or print. Okay, think about it.
It's just,
So it comes down to a situation where they shut off the web. Well, how nobody can communicate because they don't know how to write.
That'd be a trip. I'm gonna have to look into
You
that.
can talk to your neighbor, but word of mouth is only going to go so far. So, if you don't know how to write, then they have even
It's
more
definitely a
control
good
over.
control tactic.
Yeah,
You know, take the internet away. You no longer can, or your electricity. You can't type then. You can't
That's right.
send a message.
That's
Good way
right.
to cut you off. Yeah.
That's
Plausible.
right. And let's see, what's the guy? I can't think of his name. The guy with the FCC that's going against Trump now. Something about the internet monitoring. Gosh, sirs, can't remember his name now.
No idea.
Anyway, Trump wants to monitor the internet, so what we see or post or
Thank you.
what is true or not true or correct or not correct. Snopes, but Snopes helped, was telling lies about the election, so we can't trust them. But Facebook wants to use Snopes to verify fake news, for instance. Okay. Well,
Okay.
the head of the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, has gone against Trump and said no, that he thinks we should stop. We need to keep the internet open so people can say what they want to say when they want to say it. But the
As it should
problem
be.
is what do you call intellectual property? So they want to pass across the board law that protects intellectual property, but then they throw all those other amendments in there or whatever. I can't think what they're called now.
Earmarks.
Earmarks. Thank you very much.
Riders.
Yeah, riders. Earmarks. Earmarks is what I was thinking of. So we get screwed out of more of our rights. The fact of the matter is the internet needs to stay the same and doesn't need to be monitored by anybody. I should be able to talk to my girlfriend in chat or you or anybody without worrying if Facebook can read it. And they do. Anytime they want.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's even gotten to the point where ever since they added those little buttons down there where you can, love, laugh.
Oh, the comments or messages.
Yeah.
Don't you think that they're don't you think that they're when you're doing this kind of stuff that they're gathering data for anything from sales to kind of get a psychological profile on what kind of person you are.
Exactly what it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, then I'm screwed.
Well,
There's no point.
it's total demographics.
And even-
I mean, they look at the money that your household's making, how much you make. They adjust prices on different websites and at different vendors depending on who you are. They make more money. Hey, they jack the price up a little bit. I mean, there's all kinds of shit going on with these algorithms now. I mean,
And it's not all nefarious. I mean, it's just a natural emergence from the system that they've established. The global controllers have established this system, and this type of stuff is naturally going to emerge out of a system like that.
well, yeah, I'm okay with them tailoring ads, but when you're adjusting prices, I mean, the price should be the price. Just because I make more. Or I'm in some demographic,
not in
change the
capitalism.
price.
Yeah. I agree. I don't know. If a can of corn costs 60 cents in Texas, it should cost 60 cents in Washington. The way I see it.
Yeah, rather than tailoring to the, you have more money in this neighborhood. Okay, well, we're going to spend more money.
Okay, like for instance, take Idaho. Idaho potatoes. Okay, I had a friend, kind of down on his luck in Anonymous. He came down from Idaho and moved in with us for a while. And he was telling me, he said, yeah, we pay outrageous amount for potatoes. And I told him, you got to be kidding, man. You live in Idaho. You got all those big, giant, great potatoes. He said, yeah, we sell them to Ore-Ida. They all get sold to Ore-Ida. So if we want a big potato, like, a baked potato, one of the big ones, we have to pay $2-3 for a damn potato. But they're all grown there. It doesn't make you, So they don't eat, I mean, they get potatoes, don't get me wrong. But all the good potatoes Like the ones you would go to a high-end 5-star restaurant, a big potato,
Potato.
a meal in itself with everything. They're all shipped out. All right, buys out the whole state. Everything's grown for all right. And probably GMO potatoes at that.
So what's the solution to all this? You guys got any ideas?
Well, there's no way to beat them. I mean, they've got all the money. You can do your personal efforts. Have your clandestine garden and all the rest of it. But yeah, I don't see how you're not going to change what's going on. Or
no. They're
going to do whatever they're going to do.
Right, and that's going to stay
They're not
that
going to
way.
lower their price by any means.
Whatever they get away with.
Activism starts with us, inside of each and every one of us. So we have to be proactive in our own community, and
Well, there are little mini communities that have tried to go against this system, and one of them is a little tester community. I heard about it in Yugoslavia, and where they have their own community farm, community garden, and they're also have like a community grocery store where they sell all this stuff at really, really low prices on purpose to feed their local communities, and it's working out really well.
What is it in Dubai? Don't they have like some little self-sustaining place there too? Like the whole city produces its own energy, has its own food, running water, all that kind of stuff. It's
Yes.
completely off the grid. Was that in Dubai, right?
Yep. I believe it is Dubai. And also, I will get shot if I don't mention Italy, because my girlfriend in Melbourne was born in Italy. Italy has now passed a law that grocery stores and restaurants, it has an expiration date. Those expiration dates are not what people think. That food is still good after the expiration date. So now Italy has passed. They passed
with medications.
Yes, even with medications. And if I was in Italy right now, I can get all my medications without a prescription. Believe it or not, I can just walk into.
Well, yeah, a
pharmacy.
lot of countries do that too. It's absolutely fucking weird.
Horrible.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
anyway, all the food in Italy that goes to grocery store and expires, or restaurants that they don't use, or they cook too much, or let's say a customer eats at a restaurant and it wasn't quite the way they wanted, they send back to the kitchen. They have to donate all that food to charity to feed the homeless in Italy now, or feed people that need food or whatever. So all that food is now there's a whole nother market.
Oh, I believe they're doing that in France as well.
I've heard that. I haven't verified that though.
Yeah, see, as a society, we shouldn't, as a civilization, I should say, we should not have to do that. We shouldn't, we are so much more advanced, so much smarter than that. We should not have to do things like that.
I agree. We shouldn't have any homeless people on the streets either.
Exactly.
Especially when, and I'm not going to just single out veterans. I mean, there's a lot of homeless women and children, and a lot of from all walks of life.
Down on luck.
There's even doctors, that are homeless, just maybe because they got screwed up on too many opiates or something. It affects every facet of life. But we have like 3 homes in the United States for every homeless person.
Yeah.
Okay, but and look at Detroit. I can tell you right now, the mayor of Detroit about 9 months ago said, if you will come to Detroit, we will sell you a home for $1. As long as you will do the upkeep on it, bring it up to code, keep the lawn mowed, and make it look presentable so we can bring our community back to life. So you can go buy it. And it seems to be working. Unfortunately, people are scared because, it's kind of considered as gangland.
Yeah.
But it really isn't. It really isn't. Actually, I've seen some of the homes. They're very nice neighborhoods.
I live in Michigan, actually.
Okay, so is that true?
I haven't heard about the dollar thing, but I have heard that they have been definitely trying to do a lot of property restorations and
Right. And try
the
to get people
properties-
from other states to come in or whatever. And
yeah, they've definitely offered quite a few incentives.
yeah. Now this was at the first. A lot of times gone by since point A to now, so I don't know what it is exactly, but I think it's a good idea.
The biggest thing that's going on in Detroit right now is there's a group out there called the Greening of Detroit. And what they're basically doing is taking all the vacant, empty lots that are there, and they're demolishing any buildings that have been sitting there for more than 5-10 years, whatever.
Right.
And they're actually turning them into community gardens, and people can come and freely participate and or consume whatever they need.
Seattle, Washington has that.
Yes, they also have one too.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they if you God, I can't believe I almost said it. If you Google it, community garden, I can't remember what the name is, in Seattle, Washington. It is a big garden. I mean, they've been doing it so long. They've got orange trees, and they're producing fruit. And what I find is very cool is you come in and you take what you need, and you volunteer a little bit, and you can feed your family, and you're getting stuff that's grown naturally with no chemicals by the community, for the community.
Yeah.
The thing that's good about the Seattle project is it's funded by the city of Seattle, Washington, and the Parks Department.
Oh, see, this isn't. This is all just community just coming together and doing it all. And it's fairly new, but it's pretty interesting to see how well it's actually turning out. There's a lot of little gardens popping up all over the place in Detroit.
Man, that's good to hear. That is so good to hear.
It's
But remember,
really
in Detroit,
cool.
they were having trouble even people living there for a while when when everything was going to shit.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who would want to live there? What for?
Well, I can agree with you.
To the toilet. I mean,
but the chief of police is a big of Detroit is a major player in the restoration. I saw a YouTube article where let's say you're paroled from prison, you're gang affiliated. They know you're going back to that gang, so you go to these classes, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to give them responsibility. That if someone's killed on your block, we want you to know we're coming for you first. We're gonna round you
I have
up.
to say, Detroit police are some of the better police that I've ever heard of. Especially a few years ago, they decriminalized marijuana in Detroit, and it's really wild. They do not care about it at all.
Great.
Any of the marches that I've been down to or been at down there are, there's plenty of people lighting up, and they don't even bat an eye. You walk by them smoking, and they don't even care. It's interesting. It's quite the change to see police officers. It's a huge contrast to the rest of the nation.
That's good to hear. That is so good to hear. Because the word around the world, and I'm assuming like all of you, we're all pretty much global. The word is cops everywhere around the world are tired of processing weed cases. It's everywhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're never
It's a
going to
waste
get rid
of
of it
time.
that way.
Hey, well, no, they're not. And while they're in there writing a report, because little Johnny was driving down the street smoking a joint, by the time he spends an hour and a half writing it and then rewriting it, and correct all the grammar, figuring out how to do spell check because he's a cop, because they're not that intelligent. I'm kidding. I'm sorry, I had to say that. Anyway, by the time they do all that paperwork, they could have actually maybe stopped a major crime or something somewhere. Maybe.
Exactly. And I think that's a lot of what's happening in Detroit is these police are finally starting to realize, hey, we got to stop worrying about this petty shit. And it's like, they just busted this huge prostitution ring down right in the middle of Detroit. It was running out of one of these huge hotels.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was actually a motel. Yeah, it was a huge operation that was going on.
Wow.
Yeah.
And if they focus their energy in the right places, the police actually do some good.
Yeah.
It's far and few, but it's there.
That's great to hear, because we're all works in progress. Even the police, they're growing too. So that's great to hear.
It's hard to believe, is what it is.
It is hard to believe.
Yeah, it is. And even living by it, it's hard. It's really hard to believe.
Yes, and even when you see it, sometimes, it's hard to believe what you're seeing. Yeah, I mean, we're so used to things being a certain way. I was amazed when I watched the video about how the gangs were policing their own neighborhoods. They're not carrying weapons. They know if somebody gets killed, and they singled out this one particular gang. I can't remember the name. It doesn't matter. And they've had no accidents. Nobody's been hurt. The gang members, some of which are still on parole, some of which are not, they've kind of started a sub-gang. Now they go to the schools in their neighborhood and walk the kids home.
Huh.
Yeah.
Being proactive in their community.
Yeah.
And shit.
Yeah. And that's what.
Oh, yeah. They're called the Angels or whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm well aware of them. Yeah.
Yes, and they're doing great.
The OG is trying to change the rules.
That's right. Yeah, they're actually
Fixing what
doing.
they broke.
That's right.
That's what's up, though.
That's right. That's what's up. That's what it's all about. The shorties, that's what we're doing this for. I mean, like right now.
Kids are the future, my friend.
All about the kids, That's just the way it is.
Somebody said proactive recruiting.
Proactive recruiting.
For Anonymous?
I don't know.
No,
why not?
I don't know.
I get the mentality. Sometimes, here's my experience with the police. And this is a majority. And I've been in trouble with the police a lot of times, and I've had to use the police, for help only so many times. And out of those so many times, they are to help. I mean, they don't want to deal with it. They just want to fucking file a report. They don't even want to file a report half the time. They just want you to give you advice and tell you to go move on your fucking way.
Right, they don't want that paperwork.
So, I hate to say this, but, sometimes, when it comes to situations like that, there are people within the community that can do a lot better than people with a badge. I'm sorry,
No, you're right. You're right. But government police are part of government.
Yeah.
It's local government, but it's government nonetheless. I mean, it's been proven, decades ago, that the private sector, anything the government does, the private sector can do better. And of course, we charge a lot more too. But yeah, I have to agree with you. There are other agencies that would help way more than the police. I know in my community of Victoria, we've got some. I'll just tell you this: Victoria, Texas, has the lowest paid police officers of any police officers in the state of Texas. We also have the best police officers in the state of Texas, in my opinion. I've had my runs in with them as well. I also
have lots.
I don't know. Everybody in the world has had problems with the police at one point or time. I mean, it's a scam. But I also have PTSD. So if I talk to my girlfriend, something I say doesn't sound quite right, she does a welfare check on me, which could be good or bad, because she cares. So they come and they ask me, "Hey, you okay?" "Yeah, Mariana called or your ex-wife called. They're worried about you, because something you said. Did you say that?" I said, "Well, yeah, but that's not what I meant." "What did you mean?" So you taking meds or whatever, because I have PTSD, so whatever. Anyway, biker gang. I didn't get mine from a war. I was gang banging with biker gang out in West California. That's all I'm going to say.
You're still
Anyway.
going to see some shit.
Yeah.
You don't got to be in the
so-
military to see something crazy.
Yeah, anyway, anyone can have PTSD. It just depends on your circumstance. Anyway, so I take medication for it, and for instance, I'll tell you, it's kind of funny. So I was talking to Marty, I said, "Man, I'm hearing things." And she said, "Will you take your meds?" I said, "Yeah, but I'm hearing things. I'm hearing." And Coco, my pit bull's going crazy. She said, "So," I said, "It's nothing. I'm gonna go to bed." Next thing you know, the cops are knocking on the door. They said, "What's going on?" I said, "I don't know, man. I'm hearing crap outside my window. It sounds like people are talking or something, but I can't understand. But there's something out there." So that, I'm thinking, if there's nothing back there, I'm going to look like the biggest, idiot in all of Texas. But the dog's going crazy. So we go out there, and he's shining the light, and we look up in the tree. There's these rats about 2.5 feet long.
Oh, shit.
I'm serious. Big as possums. I am not kidding you. These rats, there's 2 of them coming across, and they've got I'm not kidding you one bit. They're big as opossums, and he said, "Check them out. They've got a highway, and they're running through the house, the rooftops, to the trees, through your trees, to your rooftop, and they're just going down to where they're going." So he says, "I have them too." So I'm thinking, wow, you must live in a better neighborhood than I do. You're a police officer and all. And he said, "No, actually, I live about 3 streets behind you." And I'm thinking, wow, these rats have a damn highway above us. And what I was hearing was they were talking. They were chirping, rat talk, I guess, rat language. But my dog could hear it. I couldn't hear it. I would occasionally hear something, and then like something brushing up against my window or something, which was the limb that they're on. It was shaking.
Yeah, to trip you out, though.
Yeah, well, when you got PTSD, you think you're hearing voices, and people that love you are thinking, "Oh shit, he's hearing things." Next thing you know, he's going to grab the gun. And if he doesn't shoot somebody, he's going to shoot himself. This goes through. I'm not trying to get weird on you. When people care about you, a lot of things go through their head. So they call in a welfare check. So VPD knocks on the door. "Hey, you okay, Jimmy?" Because they know me. I was born and raised here. I've lived all over the world, but I came back here to take care of my mom. She has Alzheimer's, and she's doing real well. But and then a sister living now, so I've moved out, on my own home. But yeah, the rats drove me crazy. But you never know. It's the little things. So, but there are people that I deal with now that because I live alone and I have guns because I like to hunt when I can. And, not this year because I got plenty of meat, so I didn't need to. And I don't eat meat that much, so.
It's your right. It's all right.
Yeah, and, it's my right to bear arms, even if they're sitting there, gravitating to dust. And that's what they do. They're mostly loaded up with dust, but the pit bull's going crazy. And, when you lay here and you keep hearing things, PTSD does weird things to the mind. And so, it's good that, but anyway, that's kind of off the subject. But the thing is, all our homeless veterans and all these things that are going on in the community, these are good things. These are things that we need, and Anonymous, that we need to promote. Like the gardens. Yes. I've got that written down. It's called the Greens, what now? Greens of Detroit, right?
The greening of Detroit, yeah.
The greening, okay. I'm going to check that out, and I'm going to blow that up on my pages.
Yeah,
because,
all community gardens are nice.
Yeah. See, that's great. That's great. And in Detroit, of all places, that's perfect place. Yeah, because, hey, Detroit. I can remember, I used to go to Detroit when I was in my 20s because I worked for the UAW, United Auto Workers, out of Arlington, Texas, the Arlington plant, Chevrolet. And I'd go to Detroit and take classes. And it was booming back then. So to see pictures like it,
Oh, yeah.
with the factories shut down and everything,
Oh,
I've been in those factories.
Yeah.
And it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad.
it's still pretty sad in a lot of areas. It's really run down.
Yeah, that's a shame. Hopefully with what we're doing tonight, talking about it, and what we convey to the people that follow us, this will change. The thing that see, people, I don't know, people think, oh, you never, the war's not going to be fought on Facebook. No, but we're not going to be fighting any war. We're trying to save lives here.
Well, the hardest thing about getting people together to try and do things in the community is the fact that everybody's so caught up in the day-to-day basis of just trying to survive, basically. You go to work, you come home. By the time you come home, you're so exhausted from working so much, you don't even have time to work in your goddamn garden.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
That's why the community garden's kind of nice, though, because you got multiple people working on it.
Trying to break it, just trying to break even. You're working 60 hours a week just to break even. Like, I don't have time for I don't have fucking time for anything. And you're like, well, you do, but you got to put the extra 10 cents in, and you're uber tired all the time.
Yeah. Or you get home and you're hungry, but you don't want to cook.
Yeah, that's.
I don't want to do shit.
Yeah, I know. You're just too tired.
Control. That's how they keep you quiet, kind of. Keep you busy, keep you occupied. You won't have time to do any research, and I've been preoccupied with so much lately. I can't get a minute to look at anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's kind of their way to keeping you down,
Yep. They got us. That's our ball and chain to our slavery right there.
Fuckers.
It's
modernized slavery. It's a lot different than it used to be.
It sure is.
They got you with your debt. They got you with work. They got you information blocked.
That's right.
Yeah.
Slaves from the illusion of freedom.
It's a 21st century plantation.
There you go.
Well, when it comes to the invisible chain, the invisible bonds, you guys are familiar with the birth certificate conspiracy?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, from the day that you guys are born, your birth certificate is a guarantee that you will work and pay pay taxes to pay off the national debt. And correct me if I'm wrong. Am I right?
You're right.
Yeah,
your Social Security is
technically we're
basically your
owned.
slave
Each one of
number.
us are a dollar amount to
Yeah, that's
somebody,
right. Yeah.
and when they want to
Social
collect, they can come
Security
take
number
you
is
and
the,
collect on you.
That's right.
Serial number.
And your Social Security number is your inmate number or your slave number, whatever. However you want to
Inmate,
look
whatever.
at it.
Yeah, it's all the same.
Yeah, it's all the same.
It's like they want us to be hamsters, good hamsters on the wheel that are constantly running around incandescently for their fucking twisted plans when they don't, I don't know. It's the way the society has become and how these people have it's like what is it? There's only 2,000 people that have a majority of the world's wealth versus the rest of us, and we're supposed to obey and be obedient, but it's really hard sometimes. We try on the show, but to get people to wake up to these concepts, it's going to take some time. I know there are a lot of people that are awake out there, but we got a lot of work to do.
That's true, and you believe it or not, we're actually making headway. Where at times, not across the board, but in different causes,
spurts.
We got them up against the ropes a few times.
Well, yeah, the New World Order is essentially failing.
Oh yeah,
it's failing. It's failing in Europe, and it's very apparent. It's so fucking unstable. But you know what? I actually believe that what had happened in Europe is it was designed to fail on purpose for something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why they keep saying the American dollar's going to fail, because it is rigged to fail. It will fail. It's a fact. And so that's why it's so important that people know. You need more than a 3-day supply, preferably 30 days, preferably longer. I would say 3 months if you can afford it, or grow it, or can it.
If you look at the boom and bust cycles of microeconomies and macroeconomies throughout history, That's how these global controlists have always masked their control over greater portions of populations. Is they engineer and manufacture the boom and bust cycles.
Oh yeah, you are right.
That's true.
Yeah. They do manipulate the market on scales, and a lot of people you'll never be able to put all the pieces together because it's so dynamic.
No, yeah.
But when you see these market manipulations, you know that it's the elite. I mean, come on, look at the 2008 fucking crisis, and then we had a couple of years ago was another dip in this huge dip in the stock market, and people are freaking out. And it actually, the dips in the stock market are almost fucking predictable. It's almost like every 7 years. If I'm wrong, right?
Yes, but there's a reason for that. Oh, geez, I can't remember what it's called. Every 7 years, the Jewish people, according to their religion, have to give up their wealth for something. I can't remember. It's
there's Jubilees, the Shemitah. There's some
okay, you probably know more about it than I do. I'm
Jewish
getting this
festivals. Yeah, that's.
It's every 7 years, though.
It fits with the presidential as well, because it kind of looks presidential to like come in having to deal with some alleged crisis.
Correct.
It's all scripted.
Yes, exactly.
And prepackaged for you, but
exactly.
Yeah.
Funny how it always boils back down to Israel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's all Israel's fault.
I wouldn't necessarily put it down to Israel. I would say that a lot of the market manipulation actually goes to the Rockefellers.
Well, that or the Rothschilds, and created Israel.
Yeah, all of the above. I agree with all of the above.
Well, the Rockefellers like the head of essentially the American
or
side
Soros, or George Soros, or whoever.
These rich fuckers who think
Well,
they control
George
shit.
Soros, a lot of people, claim him in these weird things that cannot be proven. But one thing that he has done, he has manipulated market for his own personal profit, knowing full well that the citizen, and it's international, knowing full well that his manipulation of the market, especially when he pulls out and then or buys out his competition, he knows that he's fucking over a fucking nation or a bunch of companies that could benefit people within their own communities. But in actuality, I mean, when you think about it, the stock market is like an evil fucking force that's out there. It really is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my buddy used to be a stockbroker. He said it was just a license to steal.
Yep.
That's all it was.
Well, sure.
Whether you're stealing investors in some stock or there's some bigger type swindle going on, but that's all it is.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question about that news that President Obama took a $400,000 paycheck to give a speech to Wall Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that. I mean, Clinton's getting that. I don't know about Hillary.
Well,
but,
I don't. It was President Obama. I don't know about Hillary.
That's kind of the going rate, but yeah, he doesn't realize the optics of what he does. Sometimes it's like, he thinks it's no big deal. He'll just give you that big old smile, like, "Hey, I've conned you one more time," and you're looking at him like,
exactly what he did too.
And, even all the Democrats are looking like, "Man, you're."
That's exactly what he. And you called it right down the line. It's exactly what he did. He put that big old smile that he has, and he waved real nice to the camera, and the headline was, "Obama sells out the United States for a $400,000 paycheck to Wall Street."
I think he's made more than that. I think he made like I think it was in the
$16 million on his book deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michelle got one
but
too.
wait a minute. That includes his wife now as well. Yeah, they're supposed to write the.
When you walk into the president's office, you walk out, multimillionaire. It doesn't matter what the fuck you're doing.
Well, damn, I think we all should go up there and walk out. Let's go play. I mean, come on.
I will see you walk out of that president's office like with little puppet strings on you from the shadow government.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say he'd be Robin Hood, the puppet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I can feel those strings already. Just the thought of it. No. I couldn't live that way.
What we need to do is get enough people together and surround the White House.
Yeah. A few people have tried that.
Well, essentially, a lot of people think that it's the government that is the big issue, and and a lot of people are not agree with me. It's always reverts back to who has the money.
That's it. It's the bankers. You got it, brother.
It is the money, and it's always going to be the money. Who funds the government? Who funds this? And a lot of it boils down to the elite and their institutions of how they do all this shit are in almost every country, and they do this through the central banks and a lot of other ways.
It's primarily the central banks, yeah.
Yeah.
Lend a nation its own currency. I mean, you got them by the balls.
They got an international banking cartel of 22 major banks as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even even Wells Fargo, got into a lot of fucking trouble not too long ago.
Yeah, they're still in a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah, they were telling $12 an hour employees that they had to open up secondary savings accounts, or they needed to meet a quota, and or they would be terminated, forcing individuals to under pressure. And I think some of them were authorized to do it without informing the person that they're opening other accounts. And you know what? The big CEOs didn't take the fall for it. They let everybody underneath them take the fall for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know this firsthand. My ex-wife, she had an accident on my birthday, going to get some Mexican food for me. She got run over crossing the street by a van, and she lived. She was life-flighted out. Oh. God bless her. Anyway, she's fine. She had, a few problems, but anyway.
That was almost traumatizing.
Yeah, she, like anything, it was traumatic. It pretty much ruined our marriage. But anyway, she got a settlement. She's in the hospital right now, but she, walks, talks. She knows what's going on, and she just got some mobility issues, and her kidneys have never come back. But anyway, the thing about it is she got a settlement. She put it in, $36,000. She put in Wells Fargo. And she calls me. That's the wrong thing to do. Just go get your money.
I like the topic there in the chat, the chemtrails. I think we can talk about that.
So anyway, I told her, no, wrong thing to do. Let's go take all your money out. So she asked me to explain, she knows all about the anonymous thing, and me, we were married for 20 years. So she knows. I said, the bottom line is Wells Fargo's a piece of crap. You're going to get screwed. It's better in my safe. And I won't touch your money. So we did that. Sure enough, it came out that they were embezzling money out of people's accounts. When you have X number of clients with X number of dollars, you can take a few pennies here, a few pennies there. They got caught scamming. A family here in town that I know, I won't mention their name, collected $36 million from Wells Fargo on a lawsuit because there were 3 daughters. The parents passed away, old age, left them a lot of money, and they took their settlement, the money from their inheritance, and they sued them in court. And each daughter won, I think it was $36 million apiece from Wells Fargo. So naturally, interest rates, everything goes up now because they got to pay those 3 daughters $36 million. And that was right before I told Emily, let's go get all your money and throw it in my safe. Anyway, it's better here.
That's nothing compared to monetary policy. Every time a bank lends money, they're legally obligated to basically create out of thin air. I think right now it's 10% is what monetary policy is set at.
Yeah.
It's called fractional reserve banking. Yeah,
right,
you're 100% correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, well, when you're printing money that's based on nothing, and it's not even worth the paper it's printed on, you know.
Yeah, it's the only way to keep that system going. That's why they do it.
Yeah.
And
Like a
you know,
giant Ponzi
essentially what you're doing, if everybody, essentially what they're doing is playing a dynamic game of musical chairs where the resources are getting thinner and thinner.
Yep.
Yep.
I like how you put that musical chairs. Huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and I just never thought about it like that, but you're absolutely right. It is.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. It's a game. It's a game of musical chairs.
That's what it is, yeah.
And
that's what happened in 2008 when they had that big old crisis. That's exactly what it was. The music stopped playing because all the predatory lending was getting. It just hit its bubble, blew up, and somebody had to take a seat.
Yeah.
But
you know what's funny is that the whistleblowers on what happened in 2008, there was a few guys that were blowing the whistle weeks before it even happened, and there were threats on those guys' lives.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And you know what's funny is that you know when Goldman Sachs comes over to your is talking with Obama and says we need $800 million or the fucking or the market's gonna collapse. And he just fucking hands over $800 million.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny is that I believe the Lehman Brothers didn't pay it back.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what.
A lot
with
of them
350 billion people in the United States, if you gave $1 million to every person in the United States, think about what that would do for the economy. And you tell them now, look, we give you $1 million. If you screw it off, then you're kind of screwed. So we'll help you learn how to invest it or whatever you want to do or protect your. But think how much it would generate the profit for the economy.
They would
local.
do that.
Of course they wouldn't do that. But they gave $800 million. They gave $800 million away to some Wall Street jerk.
And they just sit on it. The cash is sitting there. They've got this free cash that they've got from us. But
Yeah,
they
exactly.
never really put it out into the marketplace.
Nope.
That's right.
Or lent it out to the average Joe anyway.
Essentially, it was the people's money, and the people were giving it back to the bankers, and the bankers didn't pay it all back. And the only who's the people? The only one that suffers is essentially the people.
It's always
And it's for these fat cats that are fucking manipulating the market in the first place who started this fucking problem. A lot of it was revolving around these shitty fucking loans where they knew that the people that were signing up on these home loans didn't have the necessary income to fucking pay them off, and they kept on doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it, and knowing full well that a lot of people weren't meeting the requirements, and then you have this huge fucking economic crisis.
Yep.
Very true.
It's all a scam, man. I mean, more and more, it's just like everything. Anytime they have a plan or something you need to be involved with, you're being scammed. Or you'll realize it. Maybe not at first. You won't realize it. It'll all sound great, but then when you get into their system, that's what it is. It's just a fee generation, fleecing scam.
It is. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's just like being booked into jail. It looks one way from the outside. Once you get inside, it's a whole different world.
As if they don't get paid enough to give you what you need.
I don't know about that, but I'll tell you what. You can make $300 a month in prison in Australia, and I got news for you. Their prisons don't even come close to ours. I mean, they're nice. Shoot, I could live in one of them. I told my girlfriend, she's gonna kill me for this. Shoot, I said, man, as long as we got conjugal visits, baby, I can make more money in jail over there in Australia. I'll just come over there and go to prison, and you just come visit me on weekends. We'll make some bank. But it's true. I make more money in prison in Australia than I do out here in America.
Oh, Lord.
Yo, hey, look, at least in prison, you got 3 hots and a cut. You don't have to worry about shit.
That's right.
The only thing you got to worry about,
You ever ate that food, bro?
is the yard, bro.
Yeah, yard and Bubba.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yarding Bubba and with my mouth.
fattening.
Shit. Yeah, I wouldn't make it a day with my mouth. Being in Australia as a Texan in jail, no. No. He'd say, "You're going to do this?" I'd say, "I don't think so." I'd be on there. I'd be. And anyway.
Venezuela's got their internet cut off, huh? I didn't even know that.
What?
Somebody posted in the chat there.
Well, yeah, I was looking. Well.
Skip, pause. I have no idea.
I hadn't heard anything about that.
It's your fancy schmancy analyzer tell you, Tyler.
Uh-oh. Did I do something? Hold on. Is the show still live?
Let's see.
We have to wait for human feedback here, actually.
It's still counting down.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the timer.
I see a lot of my friends have liked us, so that's a good thing. And are sharing. People that I work with are sharing it. Admins are sharing it, so that's good. Yeah.
What a waste of potential, this guy says, huh?
Yeah, what a waste of potential.
Well, why don't you come
How
show
do you
us
say
that,
that?
brother?
Daniel Ning.
How does it feel to be sitting on the other side?
What a
Yeah, I
waste.
mean, if that's what we are, what's a listener?
Well, I mean, like, if it's, if we're not pumping the message out there, who is? I mean, yeah. I mean,
At least
like,
we're saying something.
at least, yeah. I mean, well, I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinions. There really is no such thing as really, I believe, a really bad opinion. I mean, there are some people that are out there to fucking destroy you, but there's always, I always believe there's always a certain thing you can learn from everything,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, he's entitled to his opinions, and I might have mine, and I'm probably not going to line up.
We need to agree to disagree, right?
Exactly.
That's the whole purpose
There you
here.
go. There you go. And there you go.
Well, when it all boils down.
So it's okay. Thank you for
Well,
your input, sir.
like when we did M Million Mask March, I was I was on the megaphone, and I was talking about a lot of I was talking about I think I was talking about the Federal Reserve on the megaphone, and this one guy in a business suit was telling me that I was a complainer and this and that, and one of the guys comes out there and tries to start a fight with him, and everybody, there's always going to be people that are not going to agree with you, always.
You definitely don't want to respond with hostility.
yeah he was
Sorry,
the one.
guys.
Yeah,
Definitely won't help.
Just tell me to shut up next
And
time.
when it all boils down to it, it's like, really, we all just want the same thing. Everybody wants clean,
We just want to
healthy
be heard.
food.
We want to get the word out there.
You know,
Open some eyes.
everybody wants clean food, want clean water, you want clean air, and a
that's
place
it.
to live. And,
That's it in a nutshell.
And the problem is there's too many people out there that don't have access to that, and it's unthinkable that we have all this technology and all this intelligence in this world, and we're holding ourselves back and limiting our fellow men and women because of one thing and one thing only.
money.
And it's money.
Yeah.
And it is our own, if we think about it from a civilization perspective, if you extrapolate yourself out of the planet and look at it from a third person perspective, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're doing it to ourselves. It's sad. It really is. We're physically holding ourselves back.
Man, I don't know. I prefer that. See, the word civilized is what gets me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we're not. How dare we call ourselves a civilization? We're
That's
not
right.
anywhere near there yet.
No, oh God, no. Humanity is not there. Oh God, no.
And
Very young race.
the United States, we throw away enough food every day that we can feed the world.
I mean, and look at the chat box. Look at the chat box. How civilized are we? You got a bunch of guys on here who are trying to talk about problems in the world and try to come up with solutions or whatever, and you got these people in here that are heckling.
Yeah, I know we were talking about spuds, but
Yeah,
I think that's funny. But there's a reason. There's a
Baby
reason.
proud.
Right.
So we're talking about spuds, but the truth of the matter is, for everything that's out there, everything that could possibly be wrong we have anonymous people involved in it somewhere down the line. And even though they're laughing about the spud, the potato conversation we had, believe it or not, it's a problem for people in Idaho that have to pay $3 for a big old giant potato when they're growing their own stuff right there. That's pretty damn ridiculous.
You know, one of the other things that I noticed too, a lot of times, especially with my involvement with Anonymous and anything that we've ever done, is anybody that ever questions anything is they're always like, well, what's the point? What's your end game? What's the goal? And I always respond with, well, I don't know. That's a good question. What's your end game? You know, and
a lot of people don't have solutions or any answers to stuff like that.
Well, I can tell you my end game. I would like to leave it better than when I came into it.
My end game is I'd like to create a planet where the environment doesn't need protecting.
Well, that would be great too.
Well, you know, I mean, why are we destroying our own habitat?
We're very wasteful people.
We sure are.
Destructive.
It's
well,
ridiculous.
we don't control our population. We don't seem to know how to do that.
Oh well, they're trying.
Oh well, I don't know. Okay, well, wait. Well, that's a whole different subject there. Because
Sometimes your hand gets boring, man.
We can go to China now, and China says you're only allowed one child now because of overpopulation. But then we point fingers at them for doing that, though.
Well, you know, you ever read the Georgia Guidestones? You know, the elite do have a plan.
Yeah, they do.
Well,
and we're not in that plan. You know that, right?
The globalists. There's a difference.
We're not in that plan. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do know.
Okay. Yeah, well, I knew you did, but yeah.
Something like 7 billion people aren't in that plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Only 500 million. But you know, that's a lot less than that's a lot less.
Well, with 7 billion people on the planet.
Don't worry about it. It's just a small number, right?
yeah, smaller. Okay, well,
they kill everybody anyways. Bad.
Yeah, I guess. Well, we all got to go sometime. I would prefer that it would be, old age.
That's why I always tell people, especially when it comes to, when the CDC, speaking of population control, and when the CDC makes a big stink out of these certain flus and viruses, and they want you to get these flu shots. Do the data, and do the research. I always tell people, don't get your fucking flu shot. They're always testing something in some of this shit, So just keep your eyes out,
No, stay away from that shit.
Yeah,
sure.
I don't. No, I don't. No shots for me. Let's see. It's got mercury in it. That stuff's not good for you.
I haven't gotten shots in a very long time. I don't remember.
I don't know about y'all. I don't get the flu.
No, never got
it. Preston, you remember when they had the swine flu outbreak in Texas?
Yeah. That was another.
Okay,
big one.
well, I'll tell y'all guys. I live 5 houses down from the local community hospital. It's huge. Okay, 2 giant 7-8 story buildings. I mean, it's huge. I never got sick. Never got a flu shot. Okay, there's all kinds of stuff in that flu shot. Mercury's not good for you.
Well, what I find funny too nowadays is a lot of these schools are actually mandating that children have their vaccinations, and they won't even allow your children to go to participate in the school if they don't.
That's when you start. That's when you start homeschooling your kids and telling them that they don't need the polio vaccine because polio is extinct.
Well, my question is, well, hold on a minute. If your child is vaccinated, why are you concerned about my unvaccinated child?
Right.
If your child is vaccinated, because
that's a very good point.
They should be safe, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, because they want you to just obey and do everything that they want.
No, they just want to make sure your kids get pumped up with whatever they're putting in it.
Have you seen that picture when they have that? There's a video that's going around where they have a kid and they're giving them literally like 6 shots at the same time. Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous. Makes me sick, man.
Child
Makes
abuse.
me want to punch
That is child abuse. Nobody's. You would never do that to a child. It's usually one inoculation, 1 or 2 inoculations at a time. That's it. You don't do 6 at a time.
No, I think that would be dangerous.
Should turn around and be like, "Hey, doc, did you try this shit out yet?"
Yeah. How about we give you 6 doses?
Using your
of the
kid like a
boosters,
guinea pig.
right? Yeah.
Hey, well, it gets
Well, that's
me
why
if you go to your local medicine manager, psychiatrist, whatever you call it. Have you ever noticed how many children are there now? They're giving these children all these drugs for ADHD. It's called, let them go out and play, man. Tell them to throw the iPad in the damn fireplace.
Well,
and go
now
out.
they got the new one. It's
Adderall.
No, Vyvanse.
Oh gosh, Vyvanse. Yeah, boy, can I tell you about that?
Yeah, I know.
That's damn methamphetamine, man. That doesn't get you high, man.
No, I'm a recovering addict. I know full well. That
Yeah.
Essentially, what they did is they essentially tweaked the normal concoction of dextroamphetamine sulfate.
Yeah.
And, they made it so that the body can't absorb it fast enough to get a euphoric buzz on it. But any addict knows there are more than one way for a drug to get in your system. If you know what I'm saying.
If your schizophrenic daughter like me is on it, and she thinks, wow, if I take 60 of them, it's methamphetamine, I'll get buzzed. Let me tell you what, was that a ride?
Hey, Billy's doing good. He's doing his homework. He's doing his homework. He hasn't slept in 3 days, but he's talking to himself. He's doing good.
If you know anything about schizophrenia, well, let me tell you something, man. Whacked is whacked. Okay, she's a poor little girl. I mean, she's 27 now, but and she's my daughter. Okay, now imagine, 5 days wide awake with me trying to stay awake to keep an eye on her because she took 65 ants thinking she's going to cop a buzz. Man, let me tell you what. I've seen some horror stories in my time, some men from Hollywood. Let me tell you what, that was a real one. I mean, she attacked me with a knife.
Shit.
Yeah, the police came. No, Mr. Duckworth. We can't take her to a hospital because she doesn't think she needs to go. And I said, well, she's going to kill me. Well,
can't she just go get some fucking
her stuff's at your house, so you have to legally evict her, which could take up to 3 months. But I'll be dead before that, officer. Well, we're sorry. So you know what they do? They sat outside at the college. Because I'm calling them every 15 minutes. Here she comes, man. Here she comes with a knife. So they come running across the street. I let them in. And so she sits on the bed. So they go in there, they talk to her. So she's calm until they get out the door. Once they get out the door, it's like on, up, instant energy. And she's, yeah. I wish I could have filmed it for you, Yeah. Okay. Well, thank God she's clean and sober. I personally have 23 years sober from IV heroin addiction. Now, I like to smoke. I like to blaze weed, but, I should have said I'm in an illegal state. But anyway, but screw them. Blaze Texas, baby. Legalize Texas. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The thing about it is what gets me is I see all these kids, at the psychiatrist's office, and I think, there's not a damn thing wrong with these kids. If you take away their iPad, and a lot of these school districts have taken away physical education. So they don't get an hour or whatever like we used to go play basketball or whatever, or dodgeball. Oh, God forbid, dodgeball. You might get hit with a ball. But wait a minute now. You can't drink alcohol or smoke, but you can go over to Afghanistan and die in protecting them poppy fields for us, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we live in a civilized world, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Take away the iPads from the kids and tell them to go out there and play in the. But I don't know. See, in my neighborhood, when I was growing up, we didn't care about the cops. We cared about Mrs. Jones because, you go down to Miss Jones' house and you get in a fight with little Chris Jones, say, and Miss Jones whips your butt. You think, oh, mommy, Miss Jones paddled me. Well, what'd you do, Jimmy? Well, I hit Chris. Go to your room. Your dad will be home in an hour. Then you got the belt. Hell, so you learn real quick. Don't go home and tell mom and dad that Miss Jones spanked you, got drunk. You got whipped twice. Then you got grounded for a week. Man, let me tell you, in my neighborhood when you grew up, everybody's a goddamn cop. Man, you couldn't fart without somebody, the neighbors, because we policed ourselves,
Tight little neighborhood.
A family can bring a child into the world, but it takes a community to raise a child.
Damn right.
And we've lost that community bond in some sense. And we've locked our doors and we shut our blinds. And
we're not very neighborly anymore.
No, we're not. That's a damn shame, too.
The system is turning each other against each other. It's.
I was at the store the other day. I met a guy, just sitting there, struck up a conversation with him, and he says, "Yeah," "I'm from Oklahoma, and I go to church." I said, "Yeah, where you go?" And he was telling me, he said, "Texas is weird." Said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Where I'm from, we go to church, have a church social, whatever. You meet people, they invite you over to their house or whatever after, for a barbecue or something." He said, "We go to church here in Texas, and all these people are super nice to us. And not one person has invited us out or tried to get to know us once we've left the church." And we've lost something there. I don't go to church, but personally, but that camaraderie, that fellowship, I guess, for lack of better words, we've lost something. I guess we're all scared.
I think it all boils down to the monetary system, and you got everybody is just running on the wheel. They're just too concerned with acquisitions of their own personal sustainability.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Everybody's too worried about what they're going to buy next and what kind of TV they're going to have next year. And
that's right.
I mean,
you see, I always try to tell people on my pages, why don't you speak up? I ask them, why don't you speak up? Stand up. Have a voice. Because I'm scared. Well, let me tell you something. I think I'd rather stand up for what I believe in and express my opinion, because if they want you, they're going to come get you anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So if you keep your mouth shut and they want you, they're going to come get you. At least if you stand up and you speak up for what you believe in, maybe if enough of us did that, and we have changed things. It's just not happening fast enough. There's too many people suffering in the world, too many things that need to be done, and it all boils down to what we said earlier. It's the banking cartels. They run everything. If we as a society could pay our politicians what the corporations are paying them, they would probably work for us. I would think.
Essentially, like my idea is that it all needs to be torn down and rebuilt again.
Well, yeah.
Not the same way, but with a lot more planning and a lot less people in high places, if you know what I mean.
Well, I don't know. I got a real gripe here. See, we celebrate old George Washington and all these fucks, excuse my language, but they are, that wrote the Constitution. Hey, I got news for you guys. They didn't do anything new. They just brought what they were running from England to the United States. Then when they got pissed off at England for all the taxation, they had the Boston Tea Party. So they could turn around and tax our ass so they could make the money. So these people didn't do anything new. The United States is not a new concept. We saw what George Washington and all these people who wrote the Declaration of Independence and all that bullshit. Yeah. It's all bullshit. Yeah, it's the same thing that they were running from England when they came over here.
And then in the 1700s, there was I think it was like 1785, or somewhere around 1787. The United States was was essentially bankrupt.
Pretty much.
And Adam Weishaupt and the international banking cartel and the internet. Well, they wanted to start a centralized banking system in the U.S. and look what happened.
Yeah.
This is back in the 1700s. They already had plans for the U.S.
Oh yeah.
And this is a precursor to the New World Order. Well, the New World Order, the concept has been around forever. But yeah, it has its roots. It's been around for a while.
You know what it all boils down to?
What's that?
It all boils down to energy. It really does. If you really truly think about it, if each individual person was able to have their own decentralized production of energy, okay, for instance, let's say you had a device that you could have in your basement that produced pretty much an unlimited amount of electricity. Would you or would you not be able to completely sustain yourself?
Sure.
So look at you look at all these corporations and everything, and you got two of the biggest industries on the planet are food and energy.
Correct.
That's where you got to hit them.
Right. And the problem is we don't have time to grow a garden, and
they're a few steps ahead of us.
And nobody has the resources to do it.
Yeah,
we got to figure it out.
There are things. There's hydroponics, there are all kinds of things, but that is still what you said earlier. 60-hour week to break even, and probably if the truth be known, you're probably still in the hole. And then and sometimes some nights I know myself, I'm so tired I go to bed hungry just because I'm just too damn tired too tired to cook. So by the time I shower, it just seems more feasible just to go to bed, worry about eating breakfast or something when I get up, and it's a choice thing, but I'm too tired. There's not enough hours in the day, and they got us wrapped up, nice tight little bundle.
Yeah, see, that's exactly where it leads. David says here in the chat, he says if we upset their system too much, they'll kill us. More than likely, that's what will end up happening if you try to, for instance, release a free energy device among the population. Nikola
Tesla tried that.
Tesla tried that, yeah, and they stopped them.
And they killed him, by the way.
They did, yeah.
They did kill him.
Found out, yeah.
There was another guy that tried.
It's now called General Electric, by the way.
There was another guy that tried bringing that back also. His name was, a lot of people haven't even heard of him. His name was Bruce De Palma.
I haven't heard De Palma, DEPAL. Yeah, I got it.
We're not talking about the scam artist guy, are we? No. That's another guy.
No. I think
Bruce De Palma tried to recreate Nikola Tesla's end machine.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that in the chat like 6 months ago. I remember that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that are actually trying to recreate that again, and it has some profound implications on what could actually be done. It basically would leapfrog our entire civilization into a situation where you either have, on one hand, it's going to spiral out of control into this giant chaotic war, or it's going to alleviate all of that, and people will come to an epiphany and just try to create, this utopian fantasy that everybody keeps telling everybody is not possible, when it actually truly is. We just keep telling ourselves that it's not.
Oh no, it truly is. It's truly possible, and
the more we keep telling ourselves it isn't, the more we keep telling ourselves how difficult it is and how much they're going to kill us.
It just takes the effort just to get out there and do it.
It's really what it is. What it boils down to is just people putting their minds to it and doing it. Just
coming up with excuses before they even try.
Exactly. It's just like when we organize the marches. Everybody says, "Oh, that's not going to happen." Everybody gets out there, and it's like, Well, look what happened. You know, did we change the world overnight? No.
No.
Well, it's not, yeah. See, that's the thing.
But you got heard. You made it dead.
We live in a society where it's immediate gratification. So a concept of we can change the world, but you know it's going to take a little work and a little time, and it's going to take some camaraderie and working together. Oh, we can't do that because it's got to be overnight. You know, it's like you know, in North Dakota. It's just North Dakota, isn't it? DAPL.
Yeah.
The pipeline.
Yeah.
You know that's still going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody post anything about it?
Well,
Hear
they've
anything
already,
about it?
Well, they got
already-
evicted 2 months ago.
Yeah, they completed the pipeline. It's already,
Right.
and it actually already started leaking.
Yeah, it already. As a matter of fact, it actually poisoned a stream that was 2 miles up. It feeds into their drinking water. So what they were protesting about happening has already happened.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. The point is
They're actually building more of it in West Texas right now. I know for a fact.
yes. Yeah. And let's see. 3 weeks before the DAPL pipeline was completed, there was a break in Texas that leaked, what was it, 100,000 gallons of oil, and it was partly owned by the same people that own the DAPL pipeline?
Oh, that's nothing. They just, you know what they just found in the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico?
I have no idea. Oh, is you talking about from
10 million gallons of oil are just sitting at the bottom of the ocean.
oh, that's from the
From the BP spill.
Yeah, the deep six, whatever it is. Yeah.
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 And it's like
British Petroleum, BP.
You know, and the funny part about all this is we don't even need to have some miraculous 0-point energy, free energy machine. We could do it with solar power and wind power alone. Now, what the fuck are we doing? You know, we let this stuff happen to the environment, and we just let these people do this shit.
What they're doing essentially, and I've heard rumors of this, is they're starting to regulate on both of those technologies. You know, and I think solar is in other countries. They're trying to restrict people from even doing that.
Really?
Yeah, in a lot of neighborhoods out here in the U.S., I know here in Michigan, you have to have special permits to put them up on your house, and
Wow.
A lot of communities won't even allow them because because it's some type of
Like an
appearance
eyesore?
issue. Yeah.
A what?
Yeah.
It's an eyesore. So in other words, it's like the microwave towers that they're turning into look like trees.
Yes.
You think I'm kidding, right?
Those Gwen towers, they call those.
Yeah. You haven't seen them?
No, yeah, I've seen them. They got them in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
They got one like right behind of a church, and they got one right behind of a school.
Looks like a freaking tree.
That shit'll zap you, man. If you live
It sure
within like
will.
a certain like radius of those things, they'll drain all your
sure
energy,
will.
make you feel all tired and shit.
Yeah. And I bet you.
Like you're stoned all the time.
No, yeah, I'm sure they're going to love one. They're going to comment on this. You know, I'll be sitting here doing my Facebook thing or posting some anonymous crap, and I post the wrong thing. Next thing you know, I get zapped with some kind of laser beam off the damn hospital over here. Zapping, I'm blown to a damn vapor in a nanosecond, and no one ever hears me again. They come in, I'm not around. The pit bull's eating what's left of me, and there's fascist books still on. Hey, what was James posting? Oh, what was that? He said President
get for
Trump
posting
got
that
it
shit,
in
bro?
the ass. What, you know, yeah. You know, who knows?
They got those censorship laser beams nowadays, huh?
Yeah, you never. Hey, yeah, censorship laser beams. Hey, well, hey, you know, you might have something there. You know, you could leave it anonymous and patent it. You might become rich.
Oh.
No, I don't know. You just never. There's no telling. It's pretty horrifying to think that humans, sit around a table and actually think about ways to our demise, you might say, or how they can get
Weapons
more
of
out
mass
of it to make a
destruction.
buck. And
It's more or less self-preservation. They're trying to preserve their, their own family lines, their own dynasties.
Yeah.
They've got thousands of years of bloodlines going. They're just it's self-preservation is what it is. They truly think that they are
better than
genetically, and they think they're superior.
Superior in every way. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're all just a bunch of mutts, then I guess.
Or we're below.
Yeah. Okay.
But the truth is, they're actually genetically inferior with all their inbreeding.
That's what I was gonna. Thank you for saying that. That's true.
All their weird shit.
The truth is, they're inferior because they require billions of people to do all their labor for them.
Well,
rather than coming up with intelligent ways like robotic automation.
I don't know. The Queen is, the Queen of England is the #1 welfare recipient in the world. I mean,
what? I'm not aware of that.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, with all the stipends they get and free deals. Yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Royal allotments.
The Queen of England is the largest welfare recipient in the whole world.
What she need 20 million a month? Is that good enough?
Well, I don't know. I tell you what.
They were taking gas allotments away from poor people and giving them to the royals so that they could heat their palaces, and there was nobody there.
That's true. That is very true.
People died because they froze because they took their gas allotments away. But she don't care. I mean, that's too fucking bad,
Yeah, automation's going to happen one way or the other. That's one of the biggest contemplations now with our global economic system is, regardless of what happens, whether or not we stick with a monetary system, no matter what the currency is, whether it's backed by tangible gold or whatever, business is always going to try to become more efficient. And the only way that they're going to be able to do that now is to eliminate humans from the production system.
Well, from the workplace, yeah.
So we're fighting it. Our economic system is at odds with it. You see it everywhere now, not just manufacturing facilities, but you see it now in even service industries. Where, you look at McDonald's and Wendy's.
That's true. Yep. Yeah.
We're fighting the robots now, and it's like we need to just get it over with and just let it happen.
Yeah, well,
the one thing they haven't thought out well is who's going to fix all these fancy robots for them. It takes a pretty smart person to do that.
Yeah,
and if you're trying to dumb everybody down, you're hurting yourself. I mean, it's not going to work.
Well, that's exactly it too. It's like we're at extreme odds where there's going to be a situation where they're going to create all these robots. Nobody's going to be able to fucking operate them.
So we're going to be assimilated to become the Borg, is what you're saying.
No, we're going to become completely dependent on
technology,
on machines to do it for us.
Oh, we already are.
Idiocracy. You guys see that movie?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
There was a guy who wrote. I don't know if you're familiar with Free World. He talked about some of those concepts about how machines can work with us. And essentially, but the major fault at what's going on with, as far as the marketplace and automation is that they have no plan, or if they do have a plan, it's not for us to make any money off of what's going on. It's in fact to replace you so that you're
exactly.
But Free World, what he said, it was the opposite, is that essentially we can make almost everything fucking free.
Yeah,
so that
zero cost.
Zero cost. So the automation is going on, only for our benefit, so that you wouldn't have to pay for schools, you wouldn't have to pay for food. It would all be automated, and that it would be a voluntary job to do maintenance on whatever with no special privileges.
Right.
But to get people to buy into a free society is going to take a lot. I mean, a lot of unbrainwashing.
Well, you got a problem there. I mean, and you just said it. It's like the guys that fix the robots don't get any special anything for that.
Yeah.
Well, who the hell is going to do that?
No,
you're going to, you need workers. There's got to be some reason for you to do that, not just hey, you're a smart guy, and we need this. We
Well,
got this job for you. Fuck that.
Right, we'll see what's going on right now.
Go
is
fuck yourself, you know.
Society,
Exactly.
If you had anybody above each other, essentially in a free society, and this is like, some people say, oh, this is fucking communism or whatever, but you're like, well, no. I mean, with no special privileges means that nobody is above each other. So that if you want society to function, somebody's going to have to be somebody's going to have to do something on the lower levels. Somebody.
I would think so.
Right.
Well, and
see,
the
that's
problem
when
is, the problem is society is being continuously conditioned to be businessmen, producers of money, and consumers. We're not being conditioned to be engineers or anything along the lines that would help us in that aspect. Because yes, you will always need somebody there to build the robots or maintain the robots to a certain extent until you can simplify that process even. But our entire societal education system itself is geared towards circulating money rather than creating a technocratic society that can sustain itself in that aspect.
Yeah.
If you want to go towards that side of society and you want to create a utopian dream where everything's automated, you have to create the underlying belly of society to keep up with that.
Yeah.
Right now, it's not happening.
They don't do that.
Exactly.
Socialism and our education system don't provide that for you, and they keep trying to tell the producers that they have to keep doing all this for free, keep working hard, keep doing all this for us, the slobs that don't want to do anything and that want it for all for free. Well, that's not going to work for very long.
No.
People see through that and it's like, well, hell, I'll just be a slob then.
Yes.
You know.
Get paid. Wouldn't you rather get paid for doing nothing?
Yeah.
That's how they're going to think.
So, that doesn't work. There's no incentive. There's no incentive for the worker in that scheme to be a slave for a bunch of people that don't want to work. That's not going to work.
No.
Yeah. Well, now they're heralding this whole universal basic income, and it's like, what the hell are you doing? That's the opposite way of what needs to happen. You're just going to create this massive dependency on the authoritarian government.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sounds good at first, but everything they come up with is just a scheme that'll trap you later because they'll always change the rules. Yeah. That's why anytime they have something, hey, we got a good idea, you tell them to shut the fuck up and get out of here. I got no interest in anything you people come up with. Get lost.
That's right.
That's the correct answer.
That's true. Across the board. Every time it's, the old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. No, it is that way.
Yeah.
It's just another, you're just spinning it a different way to give us the same old crap we've been getting all along. And we got to quit buying into the bullshit. Got to quit cut the consumerism and make do.
It needs to come out of the community first.
Exactly.
We need to start developing, like you were talking about earlier, we need to reestablish the community skills. You need to reestablish your basic survival skills of being able to farm, being able to grow your own
correct
food, being able to do that stuff. And then from there, on a community level, you can refine that and create, automated systems to maintain that type of stuff. But if you don't have that basic underlying understanding of how to survive off of the land, you're never going to make it. I mean,
no, you're going to.
It's crazy because a lot of states have made it illegal to grow your own food in your own yard.
Exactly. They don't want you to.
That's just crazy.
They don't want you to.
That is. She's right.
They're taking plants that should grow back every year and making it to where they only come back once a year. You got to reseed, and they should come back every year. Changing like the bio layout of the actual seed themselves.
Oh, that's the whole thing. They tricked everybody with the GMOs, and they said, oh, it's going to increase biodiversity. It's going to
increase production.
Increase production. And no, it's the opposite.
It never did.
You do know Monsanto has their own police force.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's called Black Ops, and they were in Iraq. I'm not kidding you. No, I'm not kidding you. Monsanto bought Black Ops. Yeah, they sure did. Right after the Iraqi war. Now,
you're talking about Blackwater?
Blackwater, yeah, excuse me, Blackwater. Yeah, they own Blackwater now. Okay, this is true. When I was watching that food documentary, they were saying the farmer, they blacked out his face because they'd kill him. He says, if I grow a product, and 90% of all soy that's produced in the United States is 90% Monsanto seed base, genetically altered. If I grow a crop and I save my own seeds, they have the seed law. The seed cops come.
Yeah, I watched that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's Food Incorporated. And big intimidating guys, apparently, he said. And he said, the thing about it is if my neighbor calls him and says, he's a farmer, and my neighbor calls him and says, yeah, so-and-so stockpiling seeds. Next day, they roll up in their black SUVs, and it's the seed police. Sent there by Monsanto. Yeah.
No.
Because you have to grow their product. So,
all controlling the people, keeping them in their pockets.
And, they say it does this and that to us. Other people say it doesn't. Well, I got news for you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking
We
matter.
haven't lived long enough to see what it does to us.
It doesn't even fucking matter what it does or doesn't do to us. The fact of the matter is the tomatoes grew just fucking fine 10 years ago.
That's true.
Well, the
15 years
problem
ago.
the problem is not only that. What happens, and this happens in nature, quite often, is that what happens after the mutations happen so many times, to the point where we have tomatoes that are growing rampant out in the wild, because the feces coming out of the animals who had eaten the original thing, whatever. What I'm saying is that what if we now have an outbreak of tomatoes out there in the thing, which was a normal everyday commodity, everyday fruit, or it is a fruit technically.
Yes,
because,
it's fruit.
Yeah. So now it's producing alkaloids that are poisonous to the humans. To humans, now what happens? You've just restructured the food cycle. You know what I mean?
Correct.
And it's almost like a butterfly effect. Once you start messing around with the building blocks of what makes nature, you are playing with fire. I hate to say this, and people might say, "Oh, you're a fucking religious fanatic." What about growing organ? That's completely different. What I'm saying is that when it comes down to food and messing around with bees, now they're messing around with ants, trying to genetically modify. No, they're trying to genetically modify ants so that they can do essentially pollinate as bees were.
Really? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that, but it doesn't surprise me.
No, me either.
I'm gonna have to check into that. That sounds interesting, but I agree with you. But one thing's for sure: Mother Nature always finds a way.
Well,
so
no, actually, it might not. It might not in this thing. You're messing around with the building blocks.
you might be right. You might be right.
There's a homeostasis that goes on in the world. Okay. And right now, the world is not in homeostasis because of all of the fucking toxins and everything. Now, here's the worst part, is that we are messing around with the building blocks that make up nature. That's
throw
the
it
problem.
off whack. We could all be doomed.
Well, essentially, it could cause a chain reaction, on a microscopic. It might not be in a couple of days. It might not be in a couple of years. Might take 1,000 years. But what if we had a world where we couldn't grow any food because all it does is produce poison, and there are no seeds to grow anything that will produce anything? So what do we got to do? Genetically modify corn so that it's like
lab food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, there we go. Back to that old movie Soylent Green, where they were making food out of humans.
Either that, or you have to take human waste and recycle it, and everybody just eats.
I got news for you.
They already did that. Remember that?
I hate to tell you this.
Did make that.
I hate to tell you. I hate to tell you this. In New York City, if you get a glass and you turn on your tap water and you take a drink of water out of the tap in New York, that water has gone through 10 human beings. It's true. It's
Well,
gone through 10 human beings before it's been cleaned and got to you. It's been through 10 other people. So let's see. Essentially, you're drinking.
Well, that's why I use a reverse osmosis filter.
There you go.
All right, guys. I hate to cut. We're at the 10-minute mark, so 10 minutes left, guys.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Wow.
But
Time
keep
flies.
on going. Keep on going.
Okay. Well, anyway, just the thought of that is
A good way around
extremely-
that bottled water.
Yeah.
It's scary shit. We're fucking around with the planet
Yeah.
too much.
I agree with the osmosis, reverse osmosis. Unfortunately, it's not cost effective for the common, the lower income family to afford.
Well, not only
because-
that, but it's also very inefficient. I mean, for mine, I mean, it wastes about 3.5 gallons to every gallon that it makes of clean water. I mean, they're just
Oh,
not
really?
efficient. Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're not efficient, but it does produce very purified water. I mean,
And it's good. It even tastes better, doesn't it?
dude, I cannot drink tap water anymore. It smells like pool water.
No, I don't drink tap water. I mean, I
It's
filter
got
my
that
own.
fluoride in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't fuck with that.
Yeah, fluoride is no. I think we'll agree on that. Fluoride is a
I like
definite.
my alkaline balanced, pH balanced water.
Yeah, that's
I'm
same
special
here.
like that.
Yeah, the same here.
Yeah, I usually take my reverse osmosis water and I'll
Yeah.
adjust the pH.
When I go out, I take all my own water too. Just short trips or whatever. I always take my own. I don't rely on anything out at the marketplace or don't drink it in restaurants. Don't order a drink with my meal. I'm
The thing for anybody that's listening, that's the thing. It's like just try to participate with your community and try to get back to producing your own foods if you can. Try to help people grow their own gardens or even just sit down and just talk about it. You never know where it could land you. You never know what's going to happen in the future, especially the near future with everything that's going on right now. All this talk about nuclear weapons, man. They detonate a nuclear weapon over the top of the U.S. in a couple spots, and boom, there goes the electrical grid. The electrical grid goes down. You better learn how to grow your own food.
Yeah, it's too late. yeah. An EMP blast is taking out everything electrical, telephones, everything, cars.
It may not even have to
Satellites.
be man-made. It could be natural. The sun could blast our fucking.
It could be the sun.
There you
go.
You just got to be ready for stuff like that. And it's the
You're
sad
absolutely
part.
correct.
They don't teach that stuff in school anymore.
No, they don't. And I know a lot of us. Jamari, what we work under. It just stands for James and Mariana. That's what we work under. Jamari, or Robin Hood, Jamari, a bunch of different pages and groups. But we have Off the Grid, and we try to inform people how to. Grow a few things. Even if you grow one tomato plant, that's one tomato plant. You got to start somewhere, And I'll be honest with you. Back in the 70s when I grew my first marijuana plant, and it was just a bunch of leaf of crap. Hey man, that was great. I'm being honest. I'm just being honest. I felt really good,
Yeah.
I thought, it was crap. Don't get me wrong, it's just dirt crap. But the feeling that, hey, I grew that.
Yeah.
Was such a good feeling. Now,
Reconnects you with the spiritual level that
exactly
most people have forgotten.
That's right. And if you get into the spirituality of the Indian cultures of the United States, you will find that they tell you that we have been separated from Mother Earth, and we are part of Mother Earth, and Mother Earth is a part of us, and we need to get back to that.
There is no way to disconnect the two. If you
That's
try,
right.
you will die.
That's right. And that's what they're trying to do, is separate us from that. And
You said it, brother. That's exactly what it is, man. They're trying to separate us from our earthly roots, man, and they're
That's
killing
right.
us.
That's
They're
right.
killing all
And
of
it's
us.
killing us. And so once we get back to nature, I know that sounds kind of like a cliche, and we keep informing people. That's what we do. We try to educate people that this is going to happen. It's going to happen.
And,
Something's
the
going to
biggest
happen
thing is,
somewhere.
don't be afraid of your neighbors.
No.
Embrace your neighbors, and if they're afraid of you, try to explain. Try to level with them. I don't know.
Well, I agree. For instance, before I bought this house, I lived next door, and I know the landlord still. A guy moved in, and he was in his yard. He walked to the fence. I walked to the fence, and we shook hands, introduced ourselves. And we're trying to be friends. That's very rare. I suggest everybody do that. If people would be surprised if you just smile at somebody, they'll smile back at you. A lot of people walk with their heads down stuff. Hey, I see someone with their head down. I've asked a few people sometimes, "Hey, you okay? Hey, you want to have a Coke or something? Are you hungry?" I don't have a lot of money. I'm not bragging or anything. It's just if somebody's on their luck, and I don't know, I went up to a convenience store last weekend. I was going to get something. There's a guy just sitting there. He was wearing a military uniform. He just gotten out of the service, and his cell phone broke, and he couldn't. His compass on his phone wouldn't work. He wanted to know where Port Lavaca, Texas was. So I told him, and he said, "Well, I'm gonna walk on over." I said, "Man, it's like 37 miles from here." So I called a friend of mine, owns Caesar's Taxi down here, and I gave him $20. That's all I got, Caesar. Can you give him a ride to Port Lavaca? So they took him to his house in Port Lavaca. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten home. Now, I don't know why the military couldn't get the boy home, but he got straight in here. Yeah. So I paid the dude $20. The driver called Caesar, like I said, a friend of mine, and took him down there. So he got home. That's what we're supposed to do. We are our brother's keeper.
Come on, Gizmo, get down. My dog's climbing on me.
Do more for others than you do for yourself.
There you
kind
go.
Of a good motto for life.
There you go.
Yeah.
Stay modest.
I'm not want to sound like I'm a religious, and I'm not, but we are brothers keepers. Yeah, we got to take care of each other, and when we start thinking about other people, we realize that we don't have it that bad.
No.
And when you do for other people, it comes back to you tenfold.
Everything we need to survive is out there in the dirt.
That's right. Sure is. And with that, I'm going to bow out and say peace. Y'all have a beautiful day and a better tomorrow.
Right on, brother. You too, man.
Okay.
Indeed.
Peace out.
Have a good night, bro.
Good night.
Yeah, we got about 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a healthy cough.
That was a good hit.
What you smoking, resin?
That's not me. It's great to be healthy.
It's not me this time. I don't know. I'm not dying.
It usually is you guys. You're always coughing in the background.
Yeah,
I don't know why you're coughing.
I don't know either.
I heard
I got
a
bad
lighter
lungs, I
clicking,
guess.
And then
Come here, we got to pick on me all the time.
Did we?
It's all right. So how are we going to fill this last 2 minutes, guys?
the revolution starts tomorrow.
May Day.
May Day. No, that's Monday.
I was going to say, wait, is that
yeah.
tomorrow? You guys are going to get me all excited and shit. I didn't, okay. We're
I was
good.
going to say, man, tomorrow's Sunday.
Yeah, slow down. Whoa.
Gotta do some blood pack and get ready for May Day.
Oh, that's going to be great. I can't wait. Something to do with myself. An excuse to get out there and wear my mask and look cool. Spread some words, throw some signs around.
Oh.
I'll probably leave my rattle can at home tonight. I don't know, guys. Y'all have a good night. I guess I'm going to get out of here, too, if we're wrapping up.
Yeah, we're wrapping up. We got about 30 seconds to 10 seconds.
All right, guys.
All
Love
right,
you all.
sir.
Have a great night. Good being on
See
the
ya.
show with you.